Hi there, my name is FixFox, and welcome to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. This is the FHeroes edition, and today we are on to the final scenario in the Descendants campaign. This is what it has all been building towards. I'm very excited to dive into this. When I think about every single campaign that we've played, the final scenario is kind of the coup de grace. It is the swan song. It really wraps things up nicely thematically with the story, and they always make sure that it is an absolute banger. There are usually a large map. It's usually overwhelming odds. There's a lot of very tricky choices to make, and that gives us an opportunity to build our victory line upon line, margin by margin, and eventually overcome our foes. So I'm hoping that this is going to be a continuation of that trend. But before we dive into the intro, I got to tell you that it has come to my attention very recently that there has started to be ads from YouTube on my videos, and I sincerely apologize to you. I would much rather prefer that this long form content be unadulterated, it not be interrupted every 5-10 minutes, however long. And for that, I can't help but apologize. I know that YouTube has to remain profitable. I know that ads are the way that they do that, but it hurts my heart. And so I apologize to you. I do not monetize my videos. Even if I could, I never will. I don't plan on making a single cent off of any of these videos. We do it because we like the game, and we do it because we like having fun with everybody that comments and takes the time to say hi. So thank you for letting me share that. With that out of the way, let's dive right in to the intro here for Scenario 8, the epic battle in the Descendants campaign.
Now, I suppose it is up to me, Jarkonas the Sixth, to finish what my ancestors started. Our family has grown stronger since Ivory Gates was recaptured many years ago, and Arendale's luck has turned against them in battles on other fronts. In the morning, I will launch an offensive against Arendale's main territory. One way or the other, this long feud will soon be at an end.
Yeah! One way or the other, this long feud will be at its end. Tremendous. Okay. This is the final battle against your rival, the Kingdom of Arendale. Eliminate everyone and don't lose the hero, Jarkonas the Sixth. I love that intro, though, because it specifically indicates that our narrator this whole time has actually been Jarkonas the Sixth, and he's been relaying the history up until this point. But now, this is it. This is him saying all this has been built up to this. Now it's time to win. We do have Uncle Ivan as an award. He is the barbarian who can be hired. We do have the Elven Alliance, so elves and grand elves will be willing to join our army. We do have the choice between basic leadership, basic archery, or spell power. I'm not sure which one we're going to take. As usual, we will go to the dice roll. The dice indicate to us that we are going to roll a 3, and a 3 is going to be here for basic archery. Do I love that choice? It'll work out just fine. I think that the worst choice would probably be, well, the best is definitely leadership. How about that? Archery and spell power are about even for me. Leadership would be the number one ideal. With that being said, let's take a look at our difficulty. We play this game on easy, right? Nah, we don't play on easy. We don't play on normal. We play on hard. But I did take a look at some other campaigns, and it looks like the easy, normal, and hard difficulties are actually appropriately so labeled. Easy is fairly easy, normal is fairly normal, and hard is fairly hard, just for those of you who have been wondering, who have been following along. So, happy to do this on hard, and folks, let's dive right in. Okay, looks like we start off with 3 castles, 2 castles in a town. We have 1 sorceress castle, we have 1 barbarian castle, and we do have 1 necromancer town. We do have 2 heroes. Looks like we have Luna the sorceress. She does start off with that basic archery. For a sorceress, that's pretty good to have, because especially if we have the Elven Alliance, archery could be very, very good. Druids and elves and grand elves we'll do some 10% bonus damage right off the bat, and that can be up to 50% bonus damage. In Heroes of Might and Magic 3, you have things like offense as a secondary skill, which can give you tremendous hand-to-hand improved combat strength up to 30%. archery is pretty much the only thing that fills that similar role, and it's only for ranged troops. So you can't really sleep on archery. It's not great all the time, but especially for a sorceress, archery is an excellent pickup pretty much every time. So we do have Luna the sorceress, and she does start off with a pretty good army. We got the elves, we got the sprites, we got the dwarves, and we do have these unicorns. Happy to see the 5th level creatures there. Do we have any additional spells in our spell book? No, we do not. We start off with bless, like every single sorceress does. Anything in this town? No, this town starts off with nothing, and that's okay. There is Uncle Ivan. He's going to start off with wisdom. Pretty good, pretty good. Advanced navigation. I'm hoping that there's water on this map because we are going to be hiring Uncle Ivan, but how soon, it is difficult to say. Otherwise, as far as our resources go, my word, look at this. We only have 5 of either ore or wood, and then we have 0 of each of the precious resources. No sulfur, no crystal, no mercury, no gems, and then only 2,500 gold. This is going to be a little bit of a battle in that way. And we are making about 2,250 gold at the moment. So that means that we don't have a statue in our other town here, but it looks like this is the hero Jarkonas the wizard, Jarkonas the 6th. He is level 2. He is a wizard, but he does have the barbarian troops. He starts off with the advanced wisdom and the basic leadership. So happy to see the leadership. And then as far as spells go, he does start off with the stone skin, as all wizards do. Very interesting that he's a wizard who starts off in a barbarian town. We'll see what 1st and 2nd level spells that we can use for him if we're able to get the resources for it. Only the goblins here. Nothing else really to speak of here in this town either. And then this village here. Wow, yeah, this village has only skeletons here. We can get a castle eventually, but that's very, very far away. 15 wood, 15 ore, and a whole ton of gold. So we're in a little bit of a rough patch. What do I see around us immediately? Right off the gate, this obelisk is very interesting to me. If there's an ultimate artifact to be found on this map, we can potentially leverage that in a big, big way. Having the opportunity to get the ultimate artifact can be massive. It can turn the tide of battle. There's a lot of different types of artifacts you can get. We'll have to wait and see which one will be ours, but I'm planning on getting that. I will collect every obelisk. We will go out of our way to make sure that we are able to see some gold upon digging in the ground. So there's 2 obelisks so far. Looks like some general defenders, and it looks like there's a little bit of free treasure around both of these main castles. There's some here, but I don't know how I'm going to get a hero over to Chandler. It looks like there's a road that probably will connect each of my towns. Yes, it looks like so. And with that being in mind, I'm probably going to try and clear on the roads towards my towns, and I'm not going to worry so much about branching off. So let's start off with Luna, just because it looks like her decision's probably the easiest, and her choice is going to be to get all of these resources around us now, kind of clear in this manner, and then clear down the road this way. And Jarkonas is going to do something similar, clearing down the road towards the Necromancer town. That's my general plan at the moment. We'll go all the way around here. I don't know if I can get right through here. That might not work, but we will give it a shot anyway. Okay. Let's see. Always going to take the experience at this point. This is a tough one. Do you take the pathfinding on this map? It looks like it's mostly grass and mostly trees, but later, if I end up not having any pathfinding on my heroes and we run into snow, swamp, things like that, I'll feel really bad if I didn't take this pathfinding. Let's take the pathfinding just on the off chance that it will be very, very useful. Otherwise, I think that with this army, we can clear out all these enemies if we try to, but kind of what's the point? I'm thinking to myself, I'm probably not going to get Ivan right now. Well, we have 4,000 gold. I really do want to get these statues. Tell you what, if I get Ivan, I can pick up this treasure chest, and then he can, if he gets 1,000 gold from there, that should be enough to get the 2 statues. There's 1,000 gold, and then we can do statue. We can do a statue. And then we can basically give ourselves 1 extra day with Ivan just to, see what's around here and kind of make our way elsewhere. Aha, look at this. This looks like wasteland This looks like cracked earth, and that does have a movement penalty. I'm very happy that we do have the pathfinding. I feel immediately like we made the right decision there. Ballistics or wisdom, I think it's more likely that I'm going to end up using ballistics sooner rather than later. This whole playthrough, I have not been using a lot of magic. I really just haven't had the resources to build up a huge mage guild, and that really is not very comfortable for me. I prefer to use magic constantly. I'm able to get a lot of leverage, I think, out of any amount of lightning bolts or blinds or things like that. I think I use it pretty well. And so it's actually out of character for me to have to not go in that direction and stay away from a heavy magic opportunity. I'm a little concerned for a couple of reasons. No income, low on gold, and then we have this choice. Which town do we upgrade? Barbarians, who have kind of the early game advantage, or sorceresses, who kind of have the mid game? So far, knowing that we have no resources whatsoever, and knowing that we see no mines to flag, I don't think that we can make that choice very quickly or very easily. If I saw, say, for example, an alchemist lab right here, I would say, sorceresses, absolutely, we're going to have the mercury that we need at some point to get our red tower. But I just don't see that. I do see this trading post. Maybe it's not going to matter. That's also difficult to say. But it probably won't be a bad idea to at least get base level troops in all these towns. So I'm going to start upgrading where I can, and I'm not going to worry about getting this castle here for these necromancers. It's very, very tempting to say, well, if I can get 3 towns, then we're good to go. Really, all this upgrade would be to take it from 250 gold per day up to 1,000 gold per day as a castle, because there's no way we can upgrade 3 castles all at once. It's just not going to happen. Just not going to happen. And that would absolutely be the wrong decision. As it stands, pack of mummies. Should I start clearing out some of these troops just to give myself access? It looks like there might be a sawmill here. You see these kind of dead trees. Sometimes map makers will thematically have those trees be cut down just so you can get the illusion of, oh yeah, it is a sawmill. We are cutting trees down. And so I think I'm going to rush through these rangers. I definitely have the army for it. And then we're going to see if there's a sawmill up to the north. I know I said I was going to stay on the roads. That's still absolutely my intention. We're just going to see what makes the most sense here. So it's going to go unicorns first. If unicorns are fast, so they were absolutely going to go first. But then we have everybody else as a 4-speed creature. We're going to ping pong back and forth. And the rangers are going to get to go first next time. We're probably going to lose all these sprites. There's no real good chance of getting good morale. We're +1 morale right now. I'm wondering if I should cast the Bless or the Curse. A Curse on these troops is not very effective because they only do 2 to 3 damage. But the Bless on the Elves, it's kind of whatever. I think I'm going to wait and make that decision in just a second because I don't think that these 8 sprites are really going to hold up very long. I just don't see them lasting a whole ton of time. Let's cast Bless here, and then we're going to damage these rangers that are going to go next. They end up doing just a little bit more damage, and then from here on out, we should be able to jam up the rest of these enemy rangers. But immediately, 4 sprites go down there. The unicorns, thank goodness that they're here, because these dwarves are not going to get into this fight very quickly at all. And so that still leaves, unfortunately, this top stack of rangers. Now we're going to curse, because the rest of the rangers are kind of spoken for. If I was smart, I might have taken out this bottom stack of rangers here, just so that way I can make sure I have plenty of these enemies covered up. The alternative is that I hope that these 2 rangers don't kill 4 sprites, which I don't think that they will. I don't think that these 2 rangers are going to kill 8 hit points worth of sprites. And so maybe I can take down this stack down here. And then this stack is going to go down. These sprites are going to go down to these 4 rangers. And then the unicorns will just slide up. It's not great, but since these rangers are already cursed, something's got to give. And I'm actually much happier to take a little bit of damage on the unicorns than I am to lose 1 more elf. Okay. Remember, though, that we do have, again, the award that will allow the elves and the grand elves to simply join us. So we've all got to keep a good eye out. If we see elves, we need to be aware of that. We need to take advantage where we can. We do need to pick up this gazebo. Can I take out a pack of iron golems? I think I can, but let's get a little bit more experience just to kind of see. And then because there's this tree house here, a couple of flyers with this barbarian army will do a lot of wonders for us. So let's, know that we're going to take some losses, but let's also just try and push our luck a little bit, knowing that there's a great reward here at the end. So this is going to be a little bit of a boring battle because it's going to be a couple of turns of iron golems just coming down the slow path. The best thing we can do is have the ogres take all of our shots for us. They're going to take all of the initial damage because losing one ogre is much better than losing 1 or 2 wolves. And then after the ogres are taking the initiative, then the double attack from the wolves can do a tremendous amount for us and just kind of help clean up this fight. I will even cast now Stone Skin. Should I cast now? 3 turns. We're going to wait until the beginning of next turn. Never mind. We're going to do it right now. We're going to cast Stone Skin on these ogres and we're going to get them into the fray. Yeah, taking 11 points of damage is not that bad, especially when the wolves are then going to follow up and do a ton of follow-up damage there. Okay, perfect. So far so good. And then how to make sure that we best utilize and how best juggle our damage taken. Let's just plan on 1 ogre going down, but let's not plan on any more going down. There's 21 hit points there, 22 hit points there, 30 hit points there. Don't have the wolves attack this stack of 3. Let's just go from behind and attack here. We still have 2 hit points left on these wolves. Goblins can follow up. 1 more wolf goes down. But thankfully we didn't even lose a second wolf, so we are good to go. There's 1 hit point left on these wolves. That's one of those times where I'm just going to back off because they're not going to be able to kill 1 more ogre, especially when there's these orcs. It takes a little bit longer, but keeping track of the hit points left, the hit points remaining, is a good way, especially in these early fights, to avoid unnecessary losses. So 1 wolf, 1 ogre looks much better than 4 wolves or whatever it was before. Leadership is great. I know the mysticism can be very, very good. I'm hoping that Jarkonas is going to eventually get plenty, and I mean plenty, of knowledge so that he can keep on rolling without any issues. Several titans. That is very interesting. Several titans are guarding, it looks like, a treasure chest and a witch's brooch, which is the +2 to spell power. There's got to be some more stuff there, though, because several titans is a tall order. It's a very tall order. If I was smart, I would have had Jarkonas not block the path so that Ivan could get through. As it stands, Ivan is kind of sitting here, not doing a whole lot. Yeah, not my best moment, but we're going to have him just ride at his back so that way we can be ready to go when the time is there. Remember that we said that we're going to make the Sorceress Town kind of our priority. There's still plenty we can do here. We absolutely do need the Mage Guild. We've already got the Rangers Guild, or the Rangers, what's it called? Archery Range. And so the cottage, will we spend the time to get the tavern and then get the cottage? Maybe, but if I can get the Stonehenge, the treehouse, and the archery range this week, I'll be feeling pretty good. The likelihood of getting 10 gems so that I can get the fenced meadow, very, very low. I'm not very confident that we can make that happen. And again, I don't see a single mine, not a single sawmill, not a single ore pit. I'm feeling a little bit discouraged at that. Hopefully there's 1 sawmill right there. We were able to read some context clues and it paid off for us. So happy to see that. As you can tell, I probably would have done it much better by stepping on the sawmill and then getting the wood around there. I just didn't think it would be a problem, and it ended up biting me. Let's combine our armies here. We're going to keep Ivan with just the 1 sprite. At this point, is it smart? Is it wise? Who's the better hero, Jarkonas or Ivan? Quite frankly, since Ivan has advanced navigation, that is a huge hit. But then again, he is a barbarian. And barbarians tend to fare better without spells. And because we don't have any mines that will generate resources for us, the likelihood of us getting excellent spells is pretty low. Plus, he already has the wisdom. And he's 2 levels ahead of Jarkonas. There's a part of me that wants to use Jarkonas because he's just that guy. You know, hey, he's the guy that the whole Descendants campaign is built upon. And I think I need to eliminate my personal feelings and like my feelings of, oh, this is the way it should be. And I think I need to make the smart choice and still use Ivan. I hate the navigation on him, but everything else is shaping out to be pretty good so far. Again, I don't love it, but until I get some indication that we may be using a lot of spells, Jarkonas is not going to be the primary choice. Not at this time anyway. So let's actually trade all these creatures back over to Ivan. Make sure that our splits are correct. Want the very, very slow creatures guarding the orcs, and then let's have Jarkonas go around and do some of this. Okay, view resources. Happy to see that spell. So this is our whole map. As you can see, there's the kind of square here. And what's the best view? Probably right here. Looks like there's a huge patch here. There's a huge patch just between our towns. Wow, bottom left. Huge clump there. I'm guessing that there's enemies here in this general area. Just something about the lack of resources just screams to me that this is probably where they are at. Probably nothing up in the upper right corner. Probably like maybe some mountain ranges or foresty type stuff here. But if I had to guess, this is where I would say that the enemy is. And that gives me some good information. That means that the barbarian town is probably going to take the main offensive from these enemies. And it looks like we have, some advanced warning. This is fairly insulated, this necromancer town, from unchecked aggression. There's no guarantees, but that's just kind of the way I'm feeling about it. We are looking for mercury as far as resources on the ground. So gems right here, there's just kind of zooming in a little bit. There's gem. I'm wondering if there's a gem mine right here. One little patch of mercury, probably not indicative of anything. Lots of wood here. Maybe there's a sawmill right over here. This just looks like a random clump. I'm looking for resources in bunches. So crystal. I'm guessing that there's a crystal mine right here. Sulfur, gold. Maybe a sulfur mine right here. Or in a clump of 4, there's got to be an ore pit right there. An ore mine's got to be right there. Gold, lots of gold. Maybe a gold mine right here. J is for gems. G is for gold. Yeah, okay. So as you can tell, I'm trying to glean some knowledge from here. Is it correct? There's no guarantees. But anytime that I use the view resources spell, that is one of the things I'm looking for, is clumps of resources that might indicate that there's that type of mine right next to it, because that does happen on many occasions. There are many resources that are simply put into the game as random, and they will change from restart to restart. But there are also times where you choose exactly what resource is there. So anyway, what did I gain from this? Well, where's the enemy? Probably right in here. Gem mine probably over here. Possibly a gold mine in this area. Probably ore right here. And probably crystal down here. Everything else is a little bit hard to read. Maybe some wood right here. Okay. That tells us what it'll tell us. More than that, I cannot say. Okay. Let's see. I talked about heading down. Yeah, this is really only several titans. This is several titans guarding only 2 treasure chests and 1 witch's brooch. That's so confusing. I'm so confused, and I do not know what to make of that. I think I could send Jarkonas up on the road. Maybe he can get all the way to that sorceress town. I don't know. But right now, let's actually head back south with Ivan and kind of see what else is here. Since we are so close to our town here, we might as well stop in. Do I get a mage guild? A level 1 mage guild can be pretty good. It can be pretty good. And I don't know if I'm going to get enough ore to get the adobe anyway. what about in our main town? Because our priority is here. We do need 10 ore to get this Stonehenge. And I would much rather have the Stonehenge than the Adobe. I'd much rather have the Stonehenge than a Mage Guild level 1. So I'm going to avoid spending ore where I can. Let's instead build the well, because there's no problem in just spending gold, and you're probably going to want it before the end of the week anyway. So let's just get the well, play it safe, and see what another day's worth of resources can bring us. There's that sawmill we had talked about earlier, so now we have, for the first time, a resource generating mine. Witch's hut, and then immediately I see this alchemist lab. And I can walk right into it. I'm feeling so good about that. Oh, it's Eagle Eye. I love Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is the best secondary skill ever. Eagle Eye, for those of you who don't know, allows you to have a 20% chance to learn any given first and second level spell that was cast by an enemy during combat. Is there any better secondary skill than that? I implore of you an answer, please. Well, what's better? Necromancy, logistics, leadership, archery, ballistics, wisdom. What else is out there? Navigation. Yes, navigation. Mysticism. Estates. Pathfinding. There's 11. There's 14 total. Did I already say necromancy? I probably did. What I'm trying to say here is no, Eagle Eye is not my favorite skill. Although every time it works, it feels like I found a little hidden gem, and I love it. So, nice little test there. Was I able to name all the secondary skills? And the answer is no, not off the top of my head. I will do better. I will work to be better. Fear not. Okay, we do have dwarves here. Let's just take 1 or 2 steps out of the way. Maybe there's something up there. Maybe there's something right there. Nice to know that there's this magic well here along the road. That is fantastic, actually. Because being able to resupply midway through makes it much less important to have a mage guild in every single town. So very happy to see that. Marketplace, we have tons of wood. Might as well get the marketplace, especially when we have 47 wood and it's one of the few resource generating things that we do have. Yeah, we might as well get that. Still short on the ore. We've got to get that. Let's just cast view resources one more time. There's ore right here behind these mummies. Is there ore anywhere else? No. If we're going to get those druids very quickly, we are going to need to get that patch of ore, run into an ore mine, or trade for 2 ore at a pretty expensive clip. Those are our options. And how many days left? It's day 5. We got 2 days to get from here to here. It's possible. We'll go on this windmill next and we'll just see if we can get a little bit lucky there. Otherwise, we have all these troops. We might as well purchase all these troops. The thought is, well, do we buy the orcs now or do we wait to upgrade them later? They're a very, very cheap unit to upgrade later. I don't have any qualms about using them now. I'd love to have my 19 sprites split here on these centaurs, but unfortunately, I just don't think I'm going to have that opportunity, and I do need to set out those losses. Maybe we can do better, maybe we can't. We're going to have to wait to find out. No spells, because of course not, and these 4-speed centaurs are going to get a ton of initiative on us. But that is kind of the weakness of the barbarians, and that is a weakness that is mostly covered up by these sprites. Being able to fly across the battlefield is a huge help. These orcs with 10 hit points are actually not terrible as a secondary second tier unit. I should probably do a tier ranking video at some point, doing all the level 1 creatures and then all of the level 2 creatures, and just kind of letting you know my thoughts as far as, well, which is the best level 1 creature, because the answer is not as easy as you might think. There's a lot that goes into it. I mean, do you choose one of the shooters, like the centaurs or the halflings? I mean, they're a level 1 shooter. They're great. I mean, why wouldn't you want a level 1 shooter? But then you have the opportunity of maybe taking some sprites, and sprites fly. They've gotten a retaliation, but they're so fragile. There's a problem there. It's really complex from level to level how you break down exactly what is the quote-unquote best. And I will leave my thoughts for another day and another time, but it's something worth thinking about. It really is. We took the advanced archery there. I know Luna is a tertiary hero. I know that she is kind of in the sidelines, but I feel like we've got a lot of ground to cover right now. I really do. And so every little bit of help we can get is going to be useful. I did pick up that second marketplace, so I know that this ore is here, but I'm probably going to end up just trading for the 2 ore. I don't love it, but we are going to see. I'm going to take just one more step over this way. Just to see what's here. Actually, we're going to go... Magic Garden is worth it now. There's 5 gems. There's lots of elves. I'm going to wait to get those elves. And the reason is it doesn't really matter if I get them now or if I get them later. When I get the elves, they're going to just join my army, which is great. And they also grow in strength, right? And so if I let them sit around for a little while, then they're absolutely going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. And then when they join me for free, I'll just have more troops. So it's kind of like in the same way that if you have the unit, the Ghost, in your army, you are looking for peasants and you are trying to like keep them alive until they get big and strong. Yeah, something quite similar is happening here. Quite similar. I once again want the ogres to take the shots, but I definitely do not want the orcs to take the shots. So the goblins are going to unfortunately have to sit right here. The sprites can attack these wolves here and continue to do some damage. Oh boy. Do I kill all 3 of these wolves and save my sprites? Because their wolves are going to get to go first. But it's going to go wolf, wolf, my... Well, it's going to go wolf, my wolf, wolf, wolf is where it's going to go. So it doesn't matter with my orcs. This stack of 3 is going to get killed by my wolves here. Let's actually attack right here and kill 3 to 4 since this is the top stack. Oh no, I messed up. They swapped. The top stack went down and then the bottom stack went up. So that's my bad on that. And it looks like there's just not much we can do to save goblins here. They're just going to take a hit. Wow. Just going to take a hit. Nothing I could do. Okay. And unfortunately, the orcs are also not really going to get to do much here. We'll have them kill these 2 wolves. Oh, never mind. They're not even going to kill them. But we've mentioned in previous playthroughs that wolves are one of those units where they're just kind of tough to deal with. Kind of tough to deal with. Either you clear that mark of overwhelming them and then you just don't take any damage, or you don't. And that was a time where we didn't really clear that mark of overwhelming them, and so we just took some more losses than we otherwise would have liked to. Especially for 41 goblins, that was a huge price to pay. I know it took us into that nifty little spot down here. It's going to get us our crystal mine, which is good, but that's a pretty big loss. Maybe the nice thing is that maybe I should pick up the elves right now. I'm going to think about that, but maybe I should get the elves instead of something else. I'll get the garbage heap now. In week 1, for the low cost of 1,000 gold, that's going to accumulate a lot of troops. I will do that. Logistics on Luna. She's going to be a very nice tertiary hero. She's not with this army going to take on pikemen or mummies or anything like that. But she's gonna do some other stuff for us. I don't need to get these treasure chests, which is really nice. I do not need to get those. And the reason is because I can save those for experience later, and I don't need the gold right now. I really don't. Rangers are not my favorite unit to tackle, but there's a couple of opportunities to do so. If I split the sprites, I'm going to lose the sprites if I split them. We do have the leadership. Maybe the wolves will get very lucky. I know it's morale and not luck, but maybe... I'm going to fight this fight because I must, because I simply must. I can't let a crystal mine go this early, but I just know that I'm going to incur some pretty heavy losses. Maybe I can just go right here instead of right across the battlefield. And the whole reason why I did that and I went here instead of here is I know the AI is going to go right across the battlefield. And it didn't look in the battle results as if the wolves got good morale. And so I just kind of switched things up and I tried to send them maybe somewhere new, somewhere else. And maybe then it would trigger good morale instead of not good morale. These sprites have held up. I'm pretty darn happy about the way that these sprites have acquitted themselves. I'm still going to have some sprites at the end of this battle. And that's been saving orcs. That's going to save some wolves. Hey, sprites are there to be used, and they are being useful. I think I with 3 left, I'll have enough to just deal with these rangers once. But I already have 1 sawmill. Let's go down the road and see if there's anything else to be had. Another magic well. And then we must unfortunately trade for the ore. Thankfully, we do have a lot of wood. Make that trade now. And then we pick up our Stonehenge. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good. I think I made a mistake here. Jarkonas does need to go back to that magic garden and get the windmill. I should have just kind of had him sit there, but in my haste, I forgot that it was day 7, and I started to head out of my way. So that was less than ideal. There's 2 more crystal. I will wait to get some reinforcements here before I work on this pack of mummies. This magic garden could be 10 gems, or it could be 5 more gems. It's not, but if it had been, that would have been all the gems I need to get my unicorns. And that would have been excellent. Diplomacy over scouting. I've talked about how I generally have scouting actually higher ranked than diplomacy in my tier list, but I'm going to pick diplomacy here for this reason. Number 1, it's Ivan, so Ivan can run, and so having the diplomacy that allows you to then surrender at a lower cost, that can be useful later. If there's a Xanadu, I can get into that quicker if I have diplomacy. And you know what? Maybe some troops are going to want to join me. Maybe we have the opportunity finally to play a diplomacy game and do something crazy. Here's some elves. They are going to join my army. Let's make sure that before we run into trouble, that we combine our sprites and get ready to welcome them with open arms into our army. Fenced Meadow is going to be my next real hope. With 7,500 gold, should I consider getting a new hero? There's a lot of map to be played, but everything looks to be guarded by something else. There's always something else around every corner. So right now I'm just going to try and fill out my towns. I'll have enough to get the Stonehenge next because I have all this mercury. Yes, the same mercury that I really want to use for this red tower, but it's got to be done. Mercury and ore is a little bit tough to come by. Where did we say that the ore mine was? We said it was over here? Oh boy. Maybe we trudge off this way and head in this route. Maybe that's actually what Ivan should do, because this little clump of resources is not going to really help me. Maybe we send him up this way. I think we're going to do that. I think we are going to do that. And is another hero going to help? I don't think so. There's not enough army here to justify it. This army here is going to get picked up. And it's not even a whole ton. Yeah, I don't think I can justify another hero at the moment. So let's just wait for now. And get this obelisk, see what else is here. Wow, lots of cracked earth. Lots of cracked earth. This is the only interesting feature that we see on this puzzle map so far. This little extra doodad of cracked earth. But every little bit helps in figuring out what we are up against. Let's head on back and figure out where to go next. I wish I could know if these dwarves would consider joining me or not. There's no real way to know until you're right on top of them. Not right yet anyway. As you approach the group of elves, their leader calls them all to attention. He shouts to them, who of you is brave enough to join this fearless ally of ours? The group explodes with cheers as they run to join your ranks. Interesting, that is the same tooltip that you got in the Price of Loyalty campaign. After you completed the Elven Alliance into their land, that is the same thing that read there. I guess that they just kind of recycled that from one campaign to the other, and why not? It works out just fine. I've got tons of wood. Let's just get a Thieves Guild just to see what we're up against. Green, that's Ambrose. Red, that's Croto. So Warlocks and Knights, maybe? Not too sure. I'm blue, so I am second in towns with 1. Green doesn't have any towns. Red has at least 2 towns. And then as far as number of castles go, at least red and green are tied for the number of castles. What that means for me, I don't know. And then they each have at least 4 heroes or more. So we do not have as much push on this map as I would have hoped. Let's actually cast view resources one more time, and let's just see. So I had talked about maybe there's enemies in here. I think I'm also seeing a little bit of resources get taken away in this area, but thankfully this kind of mountain range here is staying. This little barrier reef, as it were, is okay. I'm not seeing resources disappear from here or in any other meaningful spot. Maybe there's been some thinned out here. I can't quite tell. I can't quite remember. But right here, definitely, it looks like that's where I would be expecting a lot of enemies. So, good to know. And let's just carry on to the next day and see what the next day brings for us. Wonderful day to resupply. Let's upgrade our troops. Let's go to the well, and let's just hit M to buy all these troops because everybody's upgraded and there's no reason to wait. Separate our shooters. Have our dwarves near our elves. And then, I don't really have any heading on where's the best way. That's kind of the thing I hate the most, is when I have so many choices and I have no priorities in mind. I've talked in the past about how the way that I kind of try to prioritize my logistics is I try to figure out, okay, what's my goal? And if I have that goal in mind, I can actually do something to help make sure that things go my way. But right now, I just don't have much of an idea about what would be best for me. And so I feel awash in this sea of, good, better, and best. Well, when you don't really know what you want, if you don't know where you want to go, then it doesn't really matter which road you take. And that feels bad, to make a decision just because it seems good to you. There's got to be a better way, you know what I'm saying? And yes, that was a reference to Alice in Wonderland. 2 sprites, that's much better than the previous loss. We'll pick up whatever's in here. Jarkonas, there's 2 more gems. We are definitely going to get our, what do you call them, unicorns, before the beginning of next week. And otherwise, these wolves are going to be a little bit more than we want to deal with. Should we just pick up these elves? I think so. I think that we pick up the elves just because it'll give me more army now, and it will allow me to kind of clear out whatever is in here. Again, I don't want to pick up the elves right now. I would like for them to just hang out, drink mead, get big, get strong, and then be good for me later. But I don't think I have that luxury at the moment. Maybe later. Maybe later. This other Thieves Guild, sure, we'll get it. And just see what additional information we have. Okay, we did have a change though, by the way. Looks like it's Myra the Wizard is actually Green's strongest hero. Nobody is jumping off the page at me as being terrific though. Everything is kind of meh. Green did pick up, no, Red picked up a new castle though. And Red picked up a new town? Am I remembering that correctly? I think so. I think so. Good to know that I'm first in something anyway. And then as far as gold in the treasury, that's kind of interesting. With the gold I had at the beginning of this round, I had more gold in the treasury than Green did. So, okay, good to know. Good to know. There's some good information. If I was playing, okay, if I were to enter into a contest for my very soul, say, the devil went down to Georgia and he said, bet a fiddle of gold against your soul that I'm better than you at Heroes, Might, and Magic 2. Well, I would be checking all of this every single time, right? I would be checking my view resources every second of every day. I would be checking my my Thieves Guilds every second of every day. I would be trying to use all of that information at every possible turn. As it stands, it's good to check it often, but if you miss a day, that's probably not going to kill you. Although that does beg the question, if you had to play for your very life, what game? What game do you play for your very life? A little bit of a tough decision. We are seeing so many elves. 1, 2, that one we picked up there for 3. That's 3 clumps of elves so far. We are really making good use of that Elven Alliance. Before I go through here, well, you know what? This is where I get another hero. Let's pick up Natasha. She's going to drop the troops here. And we're actually going to pick up 1 wolf so that she has a 6-speed creature to go with her. And she's going to head down this road. She's going to head down this road. I just need somebody to start exploring for me. And I will pick up these elves just because... Oh no! Just because I don't want to lose any time. We made a critical mistake here. The elves stand at attention as you approach. Their leader calls to you and says, "Let us not impede your progress, ally. Move on, and may victory be yours." The reason that this is happening, where they are not joining our army, where they are simply getting out of the way, is because those were probably grand elves, and here are just elves. And we don't have room for just elves. I would have gotten rid of these sprites in a heartbeat. That was a critical mistake. Critical mistake. Okay. All right. There's no way to go but up. And hopefully you learned from my mistakes. Or maybe you already saw my mistake before I even made it. And then you're just doing a little bit of a knowledge check and you're saying to yourself, aha, I saw that before you made the mistake, and you can feel good about that. Either way, I'm just fine with it. We're not going to make that mistake again, though. A pack of elves. What do we have here? Grand elves. Do we have space in our army? We do not. Are we going to go through that? No. We're not going to make the same mistake twice in a row. And that's pretty much all that I can ever ask anybody to give me, is just say, hey, you get one mistake, and then just don't make that mistake again. And you're good to go. No problems. So here we go into the treehouse. Let's go just into these lands a little bit. There's more elves. Grand elves. Let's get rid of these sprites. They've done great for us. They are no longer in our plans. I had talked about maybe letting the elves ferment, letting them get bigger. At this point, this is going to be enough elves. We can snowball this map. We can absolutely snowball this map. Look at this. Look at this. We don't need to wait. We are strong right now. We are so strong. We need to combine all these elves, and we need to press forward. Luna has the advanced archery. Is that good enough to make her my main hero? Absolutely not. Because with 8 attack skill, Ivan is still the man. But maybe that means that we consider, do we work really, really hard to get the fenced meadow? Only because it's going to help us get the red tower. But maybe I need to really work on this adobe, because these ogre lords are just such a good, tanky, beefy unit. And I'm going to want some big, tanky, beefy units to stand right in front of my shooters, just so they can rain death upon our enemies. This strategy has just evolved. If it was just, oh, hey, you're going to get a couple of elves here and there. Okay, no biggie. I'm not too worried. This is different. Oh, this is so different. And I love it. Here's what we're going to do. We're even going to get another hero. We're going to pick up, it doesn't matter, they're both necromancers, and I don't care about the troops that they have. I'm going to send Sandro over here as far as he can go, just so that way Luna doesn't have to go back twice. Oh, and let's actually send over this whole army except for the dwarves. Let's get rid of the zombies. The dwarves, Sandro is going to drop back off here, but then Luna is going to go back, pick up these elves, and then we're going to try to get all the elves ferried down to the bottom. That's our plan. Picking up whatever we can along the way, but all the same. All the same. I'm going to take the gold. Because we're planning on being so strong right now, we don't care about anybody but Ivan getting some good troops and getting some experience. Everybody else, I don't even care. This is such a hard decision. I love logistics. I love logistics. It's so important to have logistics. But with luck, if my elves who have high attack skill and huge stacks get lucky and do double damage, which is better, to be so scary in combat or to get places better? Unfortunately, right now I have to take logistics. I could see the damage modifier being tremendous with luck. I have to take logistics. I have to take logistics because logistics is always going to be good. But luck will only be good sometimes. So sad. I'm very sad. More elves. Let's go. Let's go. You know what? How much gold do we have? We got plenty of gold. Let's get another hero. Let's get Agar. Agar's got gargoyles. He's got scouting. He's going to be fast. He's going to go and he's going to go pick up some more elves for me. Are there elves over here? I don't know. We're going to go find out. Alrighty. I'm feeling good. Can you tell that I'm excited with this new strategy? This scenario may not have been meant to be played this way, but darn it, if we're going to play this way, look at all these elves. Oh my goodness. What was the reward going to be for the other scenario that we didn't play, for Ivory Gates? What was going to be the reward? What could possibly be better than this? Very tough to say. I have no idea. No idea. Let's see. So Agar is going to go further this direction. Again, looking for elves. Or mine. That's great. And then Sandro is again going to drop off troops here and then start to get those elves down. And then Natasha, she's going to start looking for elves over here. Oh, another alchemist lab. Artifact. Maybe that's good, maybe that's not. Note that there was a view towns spell here. Natasha's going to have to head that way anyway, but she's got the basic wisdom. She'll be able to step there and then just go. She'll just use it and I'll feel great about that. I'm going to trade for the 3 gems that it'll take me to get my... Oop, don't trade the mercury. You're going to need that for phoenixes. I'm going to trade at least 1 bit of wood, 2 bits of wood, and 1 set of mercury. I'm trying to save the mercury for phoenixes, but I'm trying to trade everything else a little bit more evenly because I just saw my second mercury, my second alchemist lab. There's 1 there, and then there's 2 here. So that's my plan at the moment. Okay, so far so good. There's sulfur, that's good. My early assumption that I could use view resources to determine where there was going to be those different mines that I needed has so far been somewhat erroneous. As you can see, there's no sulfur here, there was no wood here. It looks like there was wood here, which was correct. But otherwise, no real dice. So we're still missing a whole ton of resources. We still need ore, sulfur, and gems. But we know where sulfur is. That's good. We know where ore is. That's good. We're just looking for gems at this point. Do I have any purchases to make here? I don't think so. Even with 7,000 gold, I don't have the resources to back it up. I would love to get those ogres for the reasons I've already talked about. It's not going to happen though. Okay. Right now I'm just trying to pick up what I can here. The tree wants 10 gems. I do not want to give it any amount of gems. No siree. Taking the gold. We'll take the artifact because this is going to prevent blind spells, and that's pretty big. You come upon a very old woman, long blind from cataracts and dying alone. You tend to her final needs and promise a proper burial. Grateful. She gives you a magic pendant emblazoned with a stylized eye. It lets you see with your eyes closed. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Once again, I did it again. I need to make sure that I get these gems if there's gems there to be had. Otherwise, we do see swamp. So taking the pathfinding on Jarkonas actually looked to be like it was a good decision. Here on Ivan, he's already got expert, so that's definitely not a problem. I want to keep going this way, but I also recognize that there's an observation tower here. I think that the observation tower is going to help me make better decisions quicker. So we're going to go that way. Air element or water elementals. With this army, I can definitely beat them. Lots. I don't want to lose the elves. I don't want to lose one single elf, and we do need to link up with Ivan. So we're going to do that first. Let's move up all the troops except for basically the shooters and the unicorns, of which we now have 8. That's a good stack of unicorns. And let's get these elves, because I'm thinking that my Ivan force is going to really be mostly elves, druids, and then some beefy, what do you call them? I want to say stronghold, but that's Heroes of Might and Magic 3. It's going to be some beefy barbarians. There we go. Thank you. We got there eventually. We did. I see this road. This road could be very, very good. With this hero, with Sandro, Tell you what, he's probably going to go back after Sandro gives over the troops to Jarkonas. He's going to go back down this road. Let's just go one step out of our way, kill some pikemen, and then go back this way through the wolves. I think I want to take out wolves more than I want to take out mummies, just to save troops, but hard to say. We're not going to be able to tell. This artifact's not bad. The Endless Cord of Wood. It's basically half of a sawmill. Basically, it's for treasure. It will end this potential +5 in gems. I don't have any other troops here, and there's nowhere else to go. Let's start heading down and just see what we can run across. Okay. No other purchases to make at this time. We did see some enemies. There they are. And this changes things a lot. Now, Jarkonas is level 4. Sandro is level 1. So Jarkonas is going to be the one to fight this fight. But Sandro's going to get through these mummies first. Does it matter? No, we'll just give him there. And let's see, can Jarkonas make it? He can. Let's go to here, and then Sandro is going to make the trade now. One sprite instead of the elves. And then we're going to have lots of shooters and just a couple of other troops. Oops. Okay. This is a good army. It's a good army. If I can get archery on Jarkonas, he's going to be tip-top. Okay, so let's send Sandro down this other way just to see what else is here. It looks like that's actually probably the road that Rialdo came down, and that's actually better for me because then I know it's cleared out to some degree. Though Rialdo has spotted this area, I don't think he spotted my sorceress town. If the enemy sees it, they know it's there, and then they will go for it. If they have not seen it, we're feeling okay because we know that it's going to take them a little bit longer to path there. They will eventually run into it, but it will take them more time. Let's get the wisdom because I've got a feeling that there's not going to be a whole lot of water on this map. Dwarves, I can absolutely take out. And while I'm at it, I'll get this Defender's Helm. That'll help for Ivan. And Ivan's going to have a little bit of issues anyway, moving forward. This is a great artifact to find in a treasure chest. Anytime you can get plus luck or plus morale, I'm very happy to see it. This is the 4-leaf clover that we found in the chest instead of getting some gold or some experience. Very happy to see that. No problems. Let's get this Shrine of the Second Circle. I'm going to... I'll step here. View resources again. If it was like a view mines, that would be ideal. But the second level tent, that might be very important. As you can see, I've waited on this battle until the very end, but this shouldn't be a problem. Whoa, it was actually a little bit of a problem. Okay, good to know. What does Rialdo the Necromancer have that made this fight so difficult? Well, first off, he does not have a ton of attack or defense, but he's got way more than me. So when the enemies fall upon us, we're going to be in a little bit of trouble. Our Grand Elves here at the bottom and our Greater Druids are always going to get to go first, though. They're faster than either their swordsmen or their pikemen. I think I have to kill all of their rangers now. I can't even kill all 12 of them, so I'm not going to be wasting any damage by shooting there. I will with these other troops, so I'm not going to do that. But let's actually focus on the swordsmen. If you have the choice between buying or attacking swordsmen or veteran pikemen, always attack the swordsmen first. Why? Well, they have the same defense as the veteran pikemen, but they are attack oriented in that they have higher attack skill. They have, more damage, 4 to 6 instead of 3 to 4. Pretty self-explanatory, but all the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got it right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got it right here. We should be fine. And then that potentially sets us up for a good push into the enemy next turn. That lightning bolt, by the way, did 100 damage. Good to know what spells he has. I've only got Stone Skin. If I cast it now, though, because I have 3 spell power, it'll last for a little while. These pikemen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they're going to get across the battlefield. I think it's going to be important for me to... Well, all my damage has to be poured onto these veteran pikemen because they're getting here now. And so any damage I can mitigate on these elves is going to be ideal. It's not going to be a lot. Well, that's nice anyway. But we'll do the best we can. 2 unicorns go down. A couple of the elves. And unfortunately, due to terrain, I can't do much here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't even really do much with these swordsmen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I don't do anything right now, I can't reach them. They can't reach me. I think that these veteran pikemen will go down from my ranged troops here. I think we skip with the unicorns, force them to make a decision, and then do we attack here? I don't think we do. I think that we get one step out of the way. We don't take the retaliation. We get one step out of the way. And then we hope, so long as we don't kill all 6 of these veteran pikemen, then these master swordsmen will go after my unicorns. My unicorns are going to get the first hit. This says 3 to 4. If I get good luck now, which I don't have a +1 to luck, if I do get good luck, I'll kill all of these veteran pikemen, and that'll actually be terrible. Let's not do that, please. Wonderful. Okay. The rest of the damage needs to go on to these master swordsmen, because I'm not worried about 2 pikemen anymore. The unicorns are going to get the drop on these swordsmen. And now I actually don't mind taking the retaliation from those veteran pikemen. Now I'm starting to think in terms of, okay, how do we clean up this fight so the enemy doesn't run, so that we are able to just complete this correctly. And that means taking out whole stacks. 1 stack of skeletons, 2 stacks of rangers, 12 hit points worth of veteran pikemen. I know that I'm cursed and I'm only going to kill 2 of these master swordsmen, but it's such a huge pill to swallow and say, oh yeah, but where do I apply my damage to prevent the enemy from running? Let's kill their slowest troops now. Let's do that. Let's kill their slowest troops now, except for the master swordsman. Now, unfortunately, I was not able to kind of put things in a way where the enemy was not going to run. I was really thinking very, very hard about trying to balance that out. It did not work, but Jarkonas now has the expert wisdom. He's a little bit more battle tested than he was before, and that's okay. I do see obelisk here. I'm going to go a little bit out of my way just to get that obelisk, just because if we find cracked earth, we're going to know that there's got to be an ultimate artifact somewhere around there. And that's going to be nice. It's going to be very, very nice. Shrine of the Second Circle of Visions. Good to have. That was one of those things we know will give us the opportunity maybe to get some enemy troops joining us, some of these neutral creatures. As it stands, I don't think that they're going to want to join us. No, I don't think they are. You come across a golem wearing a glowing pendant and blocking your way. Acting on a hunch, you cut the pendant from its neck. Deprived of its power source, the golem breaks down, leaving you with the magical pendant. This makes you immune to all paralyzed spells. That's wonderful. And then Jarkonas, we're really going for this one observation tower here. It's taking us very far out of our way, but there's more elves. But there's more elves. And, well, we had to do this anyway. What is this? Through a clearing, you observe an ancient artifact. Unfortunately, it's guarded by a nearby titan. Oh, good. I thought that maybe I could not get this obelisk. Oh, I thought that I would have to fight a titan to get through that. For the +1 for the Defender's Helm, with this army, it's not worth it. I do believe that Natasha can absolutely win. But I don't want to lose the elves. Not for that. Not for something stupid like that. Is this a hill fort? That's a hill fort. Okay. So dwarves into battle dwarves. That'll be nice. Otherwise, I'm just seeing clumps of resources. Might as well take what I can get while I can. And then... Yeah, Agar still needs to kind of head this way. With his scouting, actually, we see a lot there. Maybe we can see more into here what these nomads are guarding. This is one of those times where knowledge is one of the best things we can get. I need to get ore. I need to get ore. So Jarkonas needs to tell me where the ore is. In his neck of the woods, there's no ore here. There's a little bit of ore here we're about to pick up. It looks like, who's this hero? Sandro is going to pick up ore, and then here, and then maybe there's some ore right there that's undefended. Otherwise, other free ore. I mean, there's this huge patch of resources here at the very, very bottom. So we'll see. We'll see. But there are some opportunities to make sure that we get our red tower by the end of this week. So that was really what my concern was. But we also have the trading post just in case we have some major issues. But it would really have to be major issues. Okay. Let's see. The obelisk. We're cruising through these obelisks. The only concern is that maybe the enemy also is cruising through these obelisks. Maybe they're also getting a similar opportunity, because the enemy will absolutely dig for the ultimate artifact if given the chance. I don't know how much of the map they need in order to make that happen, though. That's a question that I still have that's unanswered, but I know that it's not 100%. I know it's not 100% because I've seen it be not 100%. And that is a little bit discouraging. How do I best figure out, is the enemy a threat to get this ultimate artifact, this potentially game-changing, game-swinging type of resource? And at this point, I don't know. But just like any player, you're going to be able to assume, well, if they get a certain amount of it, they might just start digging just because. And in fact, I've had some wonderful games with family members where we play this wonderful game of, the way that we do it is this. We will play without any fighting, no aggression. You are not allowed to attack one of your enemies. You're not able to flag one of their mines or dwellings for yourself. You are not allowed to kill one of their heroes, take one of their towns, anything. No aggression whatsoever. Okay. But once the ultimate artifact has been found, the gloves are off. And so what that does is that gives you some time to, kind of fight with these factions that are better suited for late game fights, right? But also you don't have to worry about these early game rushes. You're able to explore the map. You don't have to be just ruthless in the way that you tactically go through the map logistically. And then you can have a big fight where you have, good armies and, you got a lot of fun stuff. And one person then has the ultimate artifact. But no one has to announce that they have found the ultimate artifact. They can be quiet and they can just have it until somebody comes upon 5 or 6 little holes in the ground and say, oh no, somebody was digging for the ultimate artifact. So there's a lot of fun little strategy there. And then their strategy was saying, are they digging just because they're digging for fun? Are they baiting me into attacking? And if you attack before someone has found the ultimate artifact, then you are automatically disqualified and you lose. So you have to be very, very purposeful. It makes it pretty fun, I think. Anyway, artifact. The sounds of combat draw you to the scene of a fight between an old barbarian and an 8-headed hydra. Your timely intervention swings the battle in favor of the man, and he rewards you with a pendant he used to calm his mind for battle. This makes us immune to berserk spells. Perfect. Okay. And so we continue. This is going to be a big observation tower. What we're going to find, I'm not quite sure. There's our last mine that we need. Here are some absolute swamps of sorrow. More elves. Tree of knowledge. If I had summoning spells, that would be an excellent artifact, but this obelisk is nice all the same. It looks like there's a lot of tree line here. And that's actually good to know. +1 to attack there. This is actually a really tasty artifact cache, and I saw that because of Agar with his scouting as he went by. It wasn't from this observation tower, but that's still useful all the same. I am going to go through these golems so that way I can get access to these treasure chests. Ivan does not have a spell book yet, but that way I can get the obelisk and I can get all this other stuff. Worth noting, and I only just realized it, but Ivan does not have the opportunity to get archery now, and that I was kind of holding out hope, but those are the breaks. So let's have him go this way. We'll take the leadership. I still think I'd rather have leadership than luck. Would I rather have leadership than archery? Yeah, I think so. +2 ore. Oh, right now we're not even going to bother with that artifact. Oh, we will. It's right here. It's right there. Otherwise, let's continue to pick up more of these elves and treasure chests as we find them. And Agar is now going to pick up some of these elves and just see what is around here, trying to stay as safe as he can. Note that Croto is Red's toughest hero, or at least he was at one point. He's not any longer, but he was. Looks like Green has +10 spell power on Castor. It's a little scary. We do now have the most number of heroes. Still, we now have the least number of castles with 2. That's pretty concerning. So that means that the enemy is expanding and doing a very, very good job of it. When Crota takes out Sandro, I think that he's going to come back up this way. By that time, we will absolutely have our Phoenixes. As it stands, we already have our Phoenixes. And this is about to be an army that is way too much for Crota to handle. He's got 2 or 3 stacks of peasants in his army. 1 Phoenix is not going to be bothered by these first and second level creatures. So Luna is going to have a field day with him very, very quickly. We do want the Adobe because we have the ore. That was the last major barrier. And now I'm starting to think, okay, when do I upgrade Chandler? It's worth 1,000 gold. I might as well at some point. When do I make that happen? I don't know. Very interesting that Crota decided to run. I don't think he actually decided to run. I think he actually lost sight of my hero. I think that's what happened there. He lost sight, and then he just had other priorities that meant more to him at the time. What is in here? Liches are guarding something, but I can't really make that out. I'm going to put, this is just water feature. I'm going to put Sandro here. Hopefully Crota doesn't see him and come back. Or maybe that would be better. I don't know. Otherwise, we're picking up tons of gold, tons of resources. I can even bust through these golems with this army. And then that just saves Ivan the time. An icicle withstanding the full heat of the noonday sun attracts your attention. Intrigued, you break it off and find that it does not melt in your hand. If I get some cold spells, they will do 50% more damage to enemy troops. And then let's just soak up all this experience. All this experience. Take the advanced logistics. And somebody else can get the obelisk. Once again, I'm doing a lot of things because it's right here. That's my justification. And that's actually... it's not my favorite justification. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And at some point you have to be very ruthless and say, it just doesn't matter enough. It's not my priority. It's going to hurt me more than it's going to help me. And I think that we might be getting to that point where that's going to be a little bit of a concern, where spending time to pick up all these extra things is actually going to take me away from my priority. Worth noting that I'm kind of moving all these archers, all these elves and grand elves down to Ivan here at the bottom. And that's not where the enemy is kind of attacked. It's this road up here. This is the road I need to be concerned about right now, but all my forces are down south. The nice thing is that my resupply of troops is here in Burlock. But just something worth noting anyway. We're going to pick up these upgrades now. Wood is cheap. The ore that it costs to get the Adobe is not too bad. Really, the expensive thing with the Adobe upgrade is the gold it costs. The 3,000 gold. That's pretty expensive for a upgraded building. But sure beats upgrading the ogres later. I know that we saw the hill fort somewhere else. I think it's going to be way too much of a headache logistically to get troops from here up to here. Even dwarves to battle dwarves, that's still just not going to be worth it. I'll just pay the gold. It'll be a convenience fee. It's like if you ever go to a gas station or a convenience store and you're like, why is this drink 2 times the amount as if I bought it in the store? Well, you're paying for the convenience. That's what you're paying for. You're not paying because it's better or tastes any different. You're paying for the convenience because you didn't have to drive an extra 2 minutes down the road, which I've been working on that. I've really been working on that and trying to get better about, hey, take the time, be smart, so on and so forth. Archery might be good, again, because we have so many archers. I'm going to take the leadership, though, because it's always going to be good. +5 gems. Very nice. Very nice. On her way out, Natasha will stop on this magic garden again. It's probably going to be sooner rather than later because Ivan is going to be here pretty quickly. We're just going to wait for tomorrow to step on that windmill one more time. And actually, probably the same thing here. I think so. +1 attack from the mercenary camp, and then +1 from the mysterious mace. During a sudden storm, a bolt of lightning strikes a tree, splitting it. Inside, you find a mysterious mace, +1 attack skill. Okay. Otherwise, any last purchases to make here? No. So I'm very happy with where things are at the moment. And Sandro is now officially about to die. But his job is to get up this road as far as he can. He was so close. He was so close. Okay. He was so close. What to do? We're going to upgrade these elves because it's always worth the upgrade for elves. Because the speed is huge. It's huge. We're going to get the upgraded cottage. Luna does have access to haste, shield, dispel magic. That's a good mage guild. I'm happy with that mage guild. And after we upgrade these dwarves, we're going to purchase out this town. Starting here, and then here, here, and here. And then actually, do I want the sprites or do I want some other unit? Do I want the dwarves? I think I'm going to want to save the dwarves for later dealings. Right now, I'll take the 2 shooters and then the 1 ground unit and the 2 flyers. This is a very scary army. If I'm the enemy, I am shaking in my boots. I'm going to purchase another hero right now, though. I'm even going to trade the gold for it, unless I think that Natasha is about to do some major artifact hunting. It doesn't matter when I get these resources. It just matters that I get them. And so I will wait there. She will send her troops and then she'll go back and get those next turn. Jarkonas is back in action. There's a lot of these opportunities on the map. 1,000 gold there. 500 gold or gems there. 500 gold or gems there. I know there's at least one more. 500 gold or gems there. 500 gold or gems there. Windmill here. There's a lot of adventure map objects here. It looks like it'll take 2 heroes to run a full circuit. If you can have 1 hero that can do it all, that's great. But the likelihood of that happening sometimes is a little bit low. I am going to hire another hero, though, just for the purpose of collecting as many resources as possible. We have a lot of heroes right now on a big map like this. So what? Yeah, it takes money to make money. And would I be spending that gold in some other way right now? I think not. I see all this here. There's a +2 to attack here. The power axe is hidden there. +1 to defense with the fort and all this. It's going to take me way too long to get over here and back. I am a little interested. What are these mummies guarding? What is that? You can see just the base level of something there, but what it is, I do not know. So we're going to have to wait and see. We do lose Sandro. And we are going to push. We're going to follow Croto. And I'm going to assume that I am big, bad, and scary. I know it's only Luna. But we're going to try and push our advantage with her. Jarkonas is going to follow her, though. Maybe, just maybe, Jarkonas is going to be able to catch her. And then he's going to be able to save me the trouble of having just a level 3 hero go out there and fight on my behalf. Fight for my honor. There's no guarantees, but we will see. Otherwise, we're continuing to do this little dance with all of our heroes here. Agar is moving over these elves he found. And is there somewhere else that Agar needs to go? Agar can go get troops from these barbarians. And that'll help fill out my army even more. But we're looking pretty good on the army front. And now it looks like if one of our heroes is covering this side of the map, maybe the other hero considers this spot. Yeah. I am going to have Ivan go this way, knowing that he can go through the swamp without any penalty. And so I'm probably going to pick up the mercenary camp and then just kind of roll through here. Hopefully maybe kind of trending towards the sulfur mine. But we're not going to know. It's going to be hard to tell pretty quickly. We may even purchase another hero simply to send after him so that he can have some additional scouting. For now, though, we need to hit and turn and go on to another day. Aha! Okay, this is going to give us a lot of information here. Very interesting. Bone dragons. Several bone dragons. Rialdo is back. he got to run. I forgot that Rialdo got to run. Luna is in a little bit of danger. And there's a chance that if I run strictly south, that we will be able to avoid a confrontation. Because I don't want to lose these troops. I don't want to lose this hero because Jarkonas is coming. And I do think that as a level 7 wizard, there's some stuff he can do. He can mix it up. He'll bring in an additional 40 elves. We can make this work. I guess though, these are just elves, aren't they? Not grand elves. We're going to pick up another hero. We're spending all of our money on heroes, and yet it feels like the right decision at the moment. Just because that way I can move elves back and forth, I can get them upgraded, and we can go from there. Now feels like I've mentioned before, consolidating our troops, and because of these elves, we're strong. We're so strong that this might be the strongest that we ever get to be. This is kind of the best way that this map has turned out in order to leverage our advantages. That's just the way it feels like so far anyway. We do see though this red hero, Gwyneth. She's actually Red's toughest hero. Looks like there's more elves here. Tell you what, let's scare her off just so we can get this. Well, we never did pick up View Towns, did we? Natasha will. We can't forget, but Natasha's job is to go there right after she does all this other stuff. So I'm gonna put this here just so that way I don't forget to go back. And we have enough resources. I need to start considering working on my mage guilds. I don't think that Cyclops are going to be very helpful. Necromancers could be though, especially since that there's this necromancer town here. You know what? Let's wait one more turn. But then the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to upgrade this town into a castle. And then once I conquer this necromancer castle of Wildebar, I'll have 2 necromancer castles. That sounds like a great plan. Sorry, I got lost for a second, and the reason I got lost is because I'm waiting for Pam to retire her chair, so then I have 2 chairs. It's a reference to the American version of The Office. The Office being the British show that got the American treatment at one point. One of the characters, he's just weird. He's just weird. His name is Creed, and he's pretty funny in that regard. And that was his thing, is he says, I'm waiting, that person's going to get rid of their chair because that person's getting a new chair, and then I'm going to get their chair. And you would think that, misdirection wise, oh, that means that you get the better chair. No. He just wants the other person's office chair, so that way he has 2 chairs. That was the joke. Anyway, well, I butchered that. And that's why we don't talk about TV or pop culture references. We talk about timeless things. We talk about things like Heroes of Might and Magic because it never goes out of style. Other things, it rises and falls. It comes and goes. This though, it's always going to be good. Okay, let's bring over these elves. Remember that they are going to be upgraded into the Grand Elves. I can't afford it because I'm just a little bit short. 1, 2. Am I still short? I think not. Okay. And then actually we're going to head this way, and Jarkonas is going to meet up with Luna. I might lose Luna because the enemy might just tunnel vision onto her and say, oh, this is a really nice free hero. And they're going to ignore that Jarkonas has this massive army literally right next to her. And if that happens, I'll be very sad. But not a lot I can really do about that. So even though we mentioned earlier on, we said, well, Ivan is going to be our primary hero. It looks like Jarkonas definitely has the tougher army. He's got the scarier army, and he's in a better position to leverage his forces against the enemy. Kind of funny how that works out, but again, fighting a battle on 2 fronts with 2 very strong heroes does not feel too bad for me. Let's see what the enemy does here. They zeroed in on Luna, and now they're regretting every decision that they've ever made. Rialdo, you dirty dog, come back here. I'm still probably going to lose one unicorn because, wait a second. We know Rialdo has a lightning bolt. We know that the lightning bolt does 100 damage. How did I only lose one unicorn in this fight? What spell does Rialdo cast that's not a lightning bolt? I do not know. It's a very good question. It's a very good question. With 4 attack, 3 defense, do I fly across the battlefield right now? I don't know. The champions are going to get to go, but then both of my ranged troops are going to get to go. I think I skip just so that way I don't take damage from Master Swordsman and champions. The curse is a good spell. I get it. It's a good spell, but not my favorite though. Not in this case. Actually, well, I mean, you're taking out 89 damage essentially. I wouldn't have used that curse because I see 2 to 3 damage and I think, well, that's low variance. How much could it do? It could matter. It could matter. I just don't like it. I wouldn't have done that personally, but I understand what the AI was thinking. I think that most players would make that decision. And I don't think I can really fault you for making that decision. I don't think it's a bad decision. I don't know. 100 damage from a lightning bolt. I just think I would have done that instead. Okay. Somehow I forgot to consider how I keep these champions from causing a whole ton of damage. I don't know what I was thinking. Thankfully, it only cost me 6 grand elves, but still, I'm a little bit flummoxed. Why did I do what I did there? There's no retaliation, so I might as well attack there. And I lose 6 grand elves. I don't remember if that was better or worse. I don't really care. It happened. It was what it was. We are still underleveled, and we don't have the modifiers that will help us do Xanadu. So let's just focus on Crota. He's going to be our primary concern. And then Jarkonas continues to want to head in this area, really because there's these elves, and that's going to be a very nice pickup. Witch's Hut does not matter because he's already full of possible secondary skills. We're going to pick up the Ogre Lords. Are we going to pick up anything else? Well, no, we're not because we are out of gold. We are absolutely out of gold. So we're not going to do that, but let's do our little bit of a hero chain here and move these troops back up to the front. We're actually going to split off one of these boars as well because Ariel is going to have those boars be hers after she gives over the rest of her troops over to Jarkonas. So let's pick up windmills. Let's pick up all this other stuff. There's a lot of treasure here if you can beat gargoyles and water elementals. Well, it's going to be at least one more day's worth of resources anyway. So we're just going to have Agar sit there. I don't think there's anything else I really need him to do. I do need to start building up this town, though. I'm just broke. I'm just so broke. I think it's worth it to trade a couple of resources just to get to 1,000 gold, so that way we can continue to kind of move forward towards our goals, though. I really do. There's 1,000 gold. It costs us a little bit of sulfur, but then we can get the graveyard and we can just keep things rolling. Okay, let's do that. Let's see what Red does here. I was not sure if Crota would try and key in on Ariel. I'm glad he did not. But that feels a little bit inconsistent with what the last hero did anyway. Fight this fight. This is actually really great losses considering that we are attacking a defended castle. Crota has probably got some pretty good spells. We only lost the 1 Phoenix. Sure, we lost some Grand Elves, but we were up against 5 Bone Dragons. This feels like good losses. Let's see if we can do just a little bit better. We don't have any spells. We just have Stone Skin. We don't have any other offensive or combat-oriented spells, but it might not matter. I don't care about flying over the battle parapets at this point, and the reason is because I don't think that I'm worried about these zombies or these mummies or these 51 skeletons. I think I'm worried about the bone dragons and nothing else matters. Let's cast the stone skin now so we really don't care about what the enemy thinks about us, and let's take out 1 bone dragon now. This would be a great time to have archery. This would be a really great time to have archery. Unfortunately, we just don't have it. These elves, should we basically destroy this stack of liches, or maybe, well, we will kill 1 more bone dragon, or kill 1 more bone dragon. we can almost decimate these liches. Let's just take them out as much as possible, and then we'll go from there. Slow on the phoenixes is a pretty good spell. I don't hate that decision. We only have 3 left. Skeletons take the retaliation there. And oh, we'll just kill the rest of these skeletons. I wish that the sprites had been able to get across the battlefield quicker, but it is what it is. Okay, the unicorns should take care of the bone dragons here. Let's continue to cast Stone Skin. Let's try and keep our stack of elves alive and happy. Because we're doing full damage now to these bone dragons, I really am just fine with that decision that they made. Just at the moment, we're going to kill one more bone dragon here. We'll lose some more elves, and then the unicorn should be able to just finish this off. Actually, no, wait. 8 unicorns does not kill 2 bone dragons. Yep. That's correct. Maybe the sprites will kill all the bone dragons? They do. Now we gotta try and save the phoenixes with 5 hit points left. Because they're slowed, we can no longer fly over the wall. We are lame ducks, but the rest of our troops might be able to save the phoenixes from certain death. Let us see. 2 to 4. Let's see, 2 to 4. Oh boy, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. But I couldn't have stayed to maybe have killed them. 2 to 4. We're going to have to get good luck at some point. Let's go here. It's not going to matter because we're cursed. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely not going to matter. Okay. Oh, rats. I thought that he had made a mistake and maybe I was not going to lose a phoenix. I did. And now there's no pressure at all. The battle is won. We're just going to hit Q. Yeah, we're going to hit Q. Just finish the battle there. So we actually fought that, I would say, worse. So we lost an additional phoenix. We lost about the same amount of grand elves. What did we save? We saved 16 greater druids. 8 greater druids. It was somewhere in that range. But I did fight that fight just a little bit worse. Diplomacy. We're going to take the diplomacy here just because there's the Xanadu. And we still have plenty of slots left. We're going to take the diplomacy. Don't love it, but we're going to take it. Luck, always good to have. And then this town is looking pretty okay. Yeah, they've been making some great purchases here. They've got their level 6 bone dragons. If for no other reason than now the enemy does not get to have this town, we are thrilled. We are thrilled with this development. Pick up some additional spells, including that Cold Ray. So with our 5 spell power, we can start to do some extra fun stuff. Let's wait overnight and get 22 of our spell points up to 50. Otherwise, we have more to do over here. Look at this stack, 151, 80. Wow, feels really good. I'm going to ignore the Magi. I just don't see any reason in trying to do anything with them. They're just not guarding something worth my time. And we're just going through layers of enemies. Rather than travel up here, let's just get into the dirt and just try and penetrate the enemy's defenses. This view towns is going to be huge. It's going to be huge. We don't have a lot of gold left, but we did make our purchases previously as necessary. It's day 6. I think that Sarakin's just going to wait right there. And then Ariel's job is to get to the area down here. I know that there is a observation tower here. I think that Jarkonas is going to go sulfur and observation tower, especially because we still don't have a sulfur mine. But this is a great little pickup. Obelisk here. Very happy with the way things are going so far. This feels like we have a good foothold, but remember, we've only fought one of the enemies, not 2 of them. We've only fought, who was it? Green? No, red. We've only fought green. Excuse me, we've only fought red, and there's still green to go. This says we're going to lose a lot of troops. I'm inclined to agree. I am very much inclined to agree. Let's steel skin. We can't do with the offensive spells. Let's do the steel skin here. It might be better on the unicorns, but I'm thinking that maybe I can convince the green dragons to flambe their friends, which they do. And then as much as possible, let's take down one whole dragon. So there's one dragon there, and then there's this biggest stack of dragons here. There's one. There's almost a second one, but not quite. These unicorns are really in no man's land. I want them to be able to respawn north or south, but they're just not going to get the chance. Wow, we still didn't take down that one dragon, huh? Okay. Let's do that now, though. It's going to mean that we end up taking some more damage on these Grand Elves, but because we positioned our sprites right there, they're going to go elsewhere, and that's okay. Maybe we'll even prevent damage with this Phoenix. 4 hit points left. We'd have to kill a dragon here. We can do 81 points of damage. Yeah, we can do 81 points of damage. We can definitely do 81 points of damage. Oh, we have the high morale, but I don't think that can justify losing a Phoenix. Darn. Because I'm going to have Elves and Greater Druids and Unicorns go. And I doubt that the dragons are going to peel off just to attack the Phoenixes. I think they're going to choose instead to attack the Greater Druids. So I'm going to peel the Phoenixes off, maybe save one, maybe make up for that one Phoenix I lost already, and we'll just do that. I forgot that these Greater Druids were encumbered. That's okay, I'm going to skip. 124 hit points. We're going to do 86. So I actually want to kill this dragon here. Wow, wish I'd known that. Oh well. Oh well. And then with 124 hit points, I think that... Heck, let's just get good luck again. No? Okay, no. And with 11 hit points, the sprites are going to do their job. No retaliation. There's no sense in them not attacking. As long as these green dragons don't attack those Phoenixes, I'm just fine. I'm always happy to lose 3 Grand Elves instead of 1 Phoenix. And the morale and the luck is doing terrific. And this fight goes much better, much better. And now, because we are level 9, but we have the basic diplomacy, we should be admitted into Xanadu. The butler admits you to see the master of the house. He trains you in the 4 skills a hero should know. That's +1 attack, 1 defense, 1 spell power, 1 knowledge. Excellent. Always worth the time, every time. We are into this kind of treasure chest area. This is interesting. The enemy picked up the ore mine, but didn't pick up all these extra resources. What is the enemy doing? And the answer is it's prioritizing. It says, look, I've got lots of gold, I've got lots of ore, so I don't need to go out of my way to pick up everything. Meaning that our view resources is not nearly so reliable as it once was in the base game. Because the enemy will walk right by these. You can use that when you're playing enemy people, like real humans, not the AI. You can use that as well. By the way, you can assume that someone like me is going to be ridiculous and just check all the time, just obsessively, just check. Do we have any new information with our view resources? And you can leave a couple just to make sure that they don't catch wind of where you are. You can always hope that they don't care or that they don't check, that they don't have a view resources or something like that. But, just a possible strategy you could consider implementing. Have I ever used it? I don't think so, but it's a possible strategy. It's possible. The best strategies are the ones that you don't ever talk about, because then people don't know that you even are aware that you could use it. So now, because I've told you, if we ever end up playing, you and I, in hot seat or over the internet, unfortunately, I'm never going to be able to use that tactic now, because you're just going to know, oh, Vix Fox might try and get crafty on me, and he might try and do this. It's day 7. I don't think I want the bridge. I don't want to trade for it. I don't have any other purchases to make here. I think that we're just in a good spot. Let's just go on to a new day. And this is actually going to be a new month. So we are now 1 month into the scenario. It's month of the butterfly. All dwellings populations increase. And after 1 month, we've got a really good foothold. Feels like we're doing pretty good. This enemy is Red's toughest hero. This is their toughest hero. What are you doing? Not here. Here you are. 5 attack, 3 defense, 1 power, 2 knowledge. Because that's Red's toughest hero, and because I'm as strong as I'm going to be in a long, long time, I'm going to fight this fight. I'm wondering who the next toughest hero is going to be. I don't know, but we have to find out. We will see. 12 elves lost. Maybe we can do better, maybe not. The part of the reason I'm fighting this fight is because then maybe I'll get some insight into what spells the enemy hero has. They don't have a lot of knowledge, but with 20 spell points, you could cast a lot of good 3rd or 4th level spells. That might give me some information. Probably not, but maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can only go to here. Ugh. Right here? Okay, perfect. I was a little bit worried because I always mess that up every single time. I always mess that up. Again, we don't have any spell points for ourselves to cast. Should I kill most of these orc chiefs? I think I should. I really think I should. Well, this is actually my smaller stack of grand elves, isn't it? I'm going to get 2 shots. I'm going to kill most of these war trolls. These elves can kill all 61 of these orc chiefs. And they will get to go first. So let's just kill the war trolls while we can. And then let's kill orc chiefs now. Oh, feels so good. Let's block for our elves. The wolves are going to get to go next. Let's just go to right here. But the wolves are going to get to go next. Let's make sure that at least one stack of our elves is covered up. And let's just kill this small stack. Okay, so our big stack of 151 is not going to get to go. The wolves are feeling a little bit silly. Oh boy, that was a lot of losses there. And now there's no point in doing anything but just piling on the damage. Just bring it on. Bring on the damage. The ogre lords. Is it going to matter? Sure, why not? We can take a hit. And then, if I had stone skin, I would cast it. Can 79 elves kill all these ogre lords? I think not. If we can keep them from running, I'd like to. Let's just pile on the damage. Oh, we could. Okay, so took our losses there, but we get the snake ring, so our bless spells will be half cost. Heart of Fire. That's extra protection from fire, but double damage from cold spells. We don't have any curse spells to worry about. We have the ammo cart. That was a pretty good pickup there. Let's take the leadership, and then let's go get these elves and go get this obelisk. Great. Okay. And we continue to move on. You know what I forgot to do? Let's cast view towns. Oh my word. Okay. This is huge. Look at this. There's 2 towns here. One here and one here that the enemy has not picked up yet. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4 red towns in this little area. A 5th one here and a 6th one here. Green's got the better towns though with this wizard town. That's a big town. Yeah, but there's only 1 wizard town. If I can get this wizard town, I'm not going to have to worry nearly so much because if they get titans, that's a problem. But otherwise, my phoenixes are going to do great work against knights and barbarians. 1 more wizard town right here. We need to make a beeline for this town and that town before they get really built up. That's what we got to do. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. Actually, it looks like you see just the tip of this town. Right there, you can see the tip of it that Ariel is going to pick up in just a second. So let's have her get the obelisk now. Oh, and worth noting, 21 elves. Why does she have 21 elves? Where did those come from? Worth noting that we also got some good information from that View Town spell, which I'll cast one more time. This is where the cracked earth is, here in the middle. Here in this area, that's where the ultimate artifact is, somewhere on the cracked earth. So that's going to be a good thing to keep track of as well. We've now got finally plenty of gold. Finally, plenty of gold. Let's purchase this whole town out. Oh boy. I say we have plenty of gold and then I clearly don't. But with the ogre lords purchased and the wolves, these troops aren't going to be a problem. Do we get the gazebo? Tell you what, let's get the gazebo and let's actually roll into these cavalries just because we're going to fare just as well or better than these gargoyles and there's a bigger reward. Let's not lose 15 wolves though. Do I really care about the wolves? The answer is no, I don't. But it's always nice when you can prevent damage from accruing. These goblins, if I put them there, then with this terrain, the enemy's going to have a hard time getting where I don't want them to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These cavalries can't actually reach the orc chieftains. Let's leave these sprites right here for now. And then next turn we are going to cast one more haste, or excuse me, one more curse. That cavalry is going to go and do damage, and it doesn't really matter which cavalry we curse after that. Except it does. because of where our damage is going to land, because of where they're going to attack. There's 3 wolves. And all this damage, I'd love for more damage to go down on the Ogre Lords than anybody. Even though Ogre Lords are the ones that are actually going to get into my main final army, I should probably protect them more. Now that I think about it, that's actually a pretty big tactical error. Let's curse this final stack of cavalries. And that's actually a really good curse. Minimum of 5 damage, maximum of 10. That's a big swing. It's a big swing. So... you know what? I wish I'd fought this fight differently. I wish that I just let them take the wolves. Generally, it's like, well, yeah, the Ogre Lords are big, tough creatures. Let them take the hits and it'll be great. Yeah, but the wolves are not going to make it into my final army. The Ogre Lords are. Cost-effective wise, was that better or was that worse? I think you can understand my point of view either way. Okay. All right. I'm not happy, but I'm not mad about that result anyway. It's going to take a little while to get that other town built up, but I am going to spend the time to do so because we just have yet to figure out what our final enemy is going to look like over there. Looks like it was a tree city, by the way. These mummies were guarding a tree city. Gems, 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 traveler's boots, pack of genies is really tough. Lots of ghosts with 49 sprites. I don't want to take them out. Plus, it's only the Everhot Lava Rock and then the Gambler's Coin. I like the Gambler's Coin for the luck, but it's not imperative that we get that. We're going to leave those ghosts alone, and I am going to plan on leaving these genies as well. They're a little too far out of the way. Do I need gems that bad? No. And again, I'm trying to blitzkrieg. I'm trying to do a lightning war to where I don't let the enemy build up massive amount of troops. While my elves are the strongest force, I want them to really push tempo. I have tempo now, and I will lose tempo if I don't use it. Remember how earlier we said that the crystal was in clumps and maybe there'd be a crystal mine there? I was right. It didn't always shake out, but it worked out in that instance. And then... gotta tell you, I'm a little bit amazed that I've run out of gold here. Pausing to rest and light a cook fire, you pull wood out of a nearby pile of dead wood. As you keep pulling wood from the pile, you notice that it doesn't shrink. You realize to your delight that the wood is enchanted, so you take it along. That's +1 wood per day. And I'm pretty impressed with my secondary heroes so far. They're doing a pretty okay job. I'm pretty happy with them. I'm amazed that the enemy has left all these resources here. I see no reason for me, with armies of my size, not to go in here and try to clear it out. Even if all it means is that they don't get it, that's fine for me. Plus, I need things like the pyramid. I need some of these other dwellings. We might as well get these. Aha! We see green. We see green, and green sees us. And they are seeing red. Probably. They're probably pretty mad. Okay, and we are finally into the cracked earth. This was a little bit of an interesting thing. There's some more elves there we're going to pick up. The cracked earth is going to be kind of interesting to traverse because we have 4 enemy castles that are on the cracked earth, and we're also going to be looking for some weird, flat, wide open space. I wonder if the cracked earth is just like devoid of resources or variety. Maybe there's just really big flat space that's just an eyesore. Ooh, ooh! After scouring the area, you fall upon a hidden chest containing the ancient artifact Golden Bow. There goes the 50% penalty that my troops have to deal with when shooting past castle walls. That is a huge pickup. That is gigantic, and just for that reason, I need to split these troops off into 1. So if the enemy attacks me, they can't just run right over me. That artifact must survive. It must go over to my primary hero. Sweet. I'm feeling great about that. I know that there's this town here. I don't really care. Oh, it's a warlock town. I missed that on first glance. But really, we know there's a wizard town up here. That's where Jarkonas is heading right now. Right now. What's Castor going to do? Castor is actually... I think that he's their toughest hero. Will Wildebar survive 1 week? Probably not. But let's let him get closer, kind of tip his hand a little bit so we can figure out what he wants to do. And then as he gets closer, we can buy out troops as necessary. Crystal is just fine. Taking shelter from a storm in a small cave, you notice a small patch of crystal in one corner. Curious, you break a piece off and notice that the original crystal grows the lost piece back. You decide to stuff the entire patch into your pouch and take it with you. That's +1 crystal per day. It's just a crystal mine in my pocket. And then the elves join. We're up to 111 now. I'll come back for this horde of elves. That's 50 plus elves. Should I give them right now? Yeah. We may not come back for a little while. It sounds crazy, but we might not come back for a little while. This hill fort's actually not too bad with just the ogres and then the orc chieftains. That'll increase my speed by a lot. That'll be actually a big deal. A big deal. And then we do have the ability to take out these gargoyles, so we shall. Elementals. Oh, after we buy up some more troops, then we can take out those. This is working out, and the principle that we devised a couple of scenarios ago, where we try and use our advantages, not simply by stacking one hero everywhere, and that clears out everything, but having multiple heroes kind of spread the load, is something that I don't usually do, but clearly it's working for us here because we're able to just do so much more than we otherwise would be able to. You usually see me just have the one really strong hero and they do everything for me. That's just not the best thing that we can do right now. So we're not gonna consider that the best choice at this time. And meanwhile, we are just getting more phoenixes every single day. Okay. We're gonna let Castor take this town. Our focus is actually going to be the wizard town over there. Let's buy out all these troops. Should we get a hero just to kind of guard this town? I think so. Let's get Falagar. He's going to have the wisdom, and we can drop... If I could do this again, I would actually undo the decision to buy the zombies. I think I'd rather have the gargoyles in my army than the zombies. But right now... Oh, let's just dismiss 8 zombies. It feels bad to buy troops and then get rid of them, but that's what we're going to do. And then we're going to get the storm. Actually, I hate the storm so much. 10 mercury and 10 sulfur for an additional 2 spell power. That feels so bad. Like, yeah, it's good. Like, all right. But it feels so bad. I would much rather just get this. Total army strength. Very interesting. Okay. Green has more total army strength than we have, even right now. When we were talking about our advantage, green has outdone our advantage. And the best monster in Castor's army is apparently... It's not even here. He doesn't even have the Titans here, but he does have Titans. 11 spell power. Very interesting. Rialdo is back. I thought I killed Rialdo, and then they got to hire him back anyway. That doesn't feel good. We are still last in towns, and we knew that, but with 4 castles, we still need, we got a lot of ground to cover, and all the more reason why we need to get through the swamps and get over to that enemy up there. Let's just have Ariel go first so we can figure out what's over here. Is it just a free gold mine? It's a free gold mine. It's free. It's free. These are free elves. What are we doing, guys? Horde of mutant zombies, power liches, +5 to attack from the holy hammer. There's such a huge cache here. There's so much good stuff. And the AI is working, but it's doing such a good job of prioritizing. Oh well, I need this. I don't really need this. That's just not picking up stuff. Which is so weird. I'm wondering where all the other enemy heroes are, because they've all got to be stuck in here somewhere. But where? I couldn't tell you. I do not know. Falagar is going down. We know that. Natasha, for now, she's just going to sit here. Her goal is to beat these nomads at some point, but does she have enough here backing her up? I don't think so. I don't think so. We're actually going to get the Mage Guild and then the Mausoleum. And then on day 7, we're going to get the Laboratory. That's going to feel pretty good once we do that. It'll be a little bit of ways out, but we will make it happen. I know these troops are probably more expensive than I want to purchase, but than I want to get, but I want to make sure I don't have any more problems clearing out some of these other things. And I'm glad that I went back and I got more, because it looks like the AI says we're going to lose 78 goblins. I don't think we will, but it's possible. It's possible. Otherwise, let's just start blocking off some of these sections where terrain could be useful for us. We will curse. Can you curse elementals? Yes, I think you can curse elementals. There's other mind spells that do not work on elementals, but curse does work. Very interesting that the elementals are trying to stay out of reach of these wolves. So for that reason, let's attack these water elementals that are closest to us at this time. Wow. Okay, well, 4 speed. Let's just skip, I guess. Skip. And this again feels kind of bad because the enemy is just going to let my orcs take them down 2 at a time. Okay, so we have our first split with this terrain. Let's start to bring out the curses here. Keep the goblins safe. 2, 3, 4. Let's move the sprites up and continue just to deal with this one low stack here. Let's take the initiative. We're going to lose a lot of wolves here. Yeah, 3 wolves, 5 wolves. Lose a lot of wolves there, but I'm just trying to get into the enemy and just do some damage at this point. Rather do some damage now than wait. The sprites are going to attack this stack of water elementals there, and when they do, they're going to keep them from kind of moving past, and that's going to feel okay because there's not going to be any retaliation, so they're going to have to go the long way around pretty much. Looks like we're actually going to lose all of our wolves. I think I should save the wolves as much as possible, but I just really didn't want to lose 78 goblins, and that might be to my detriment. I say might as if it's a maybe, but no, it is going to be to my detriment. Let's get the goblins up into an attacking position. The ogres are going to come back, and these wolves are just going to go down. We're not going to attack with these wolves here. We're going to make those enemies attack them. So everybody's still cursed. That's fine. I expect that these goblins are going to take a hit from these 11 water elementals. They do. Do I attack here? I think I still do. But at this point, I don't think I can fight this fight any better. I'm just going to hit Q and let the battle resolve. I lost more wolves, but I lost less goblins. And I even lost some orc chiefs. Wow. Well, okay. Shows you what I know. Shows you what I know. Okay. So Natasha's going to sit and stay. We got to pick up these elves. We got to pick up this hill fort. We might as well get that sulfur. Yeah, we only have 1 sulfur mine. So let's pick up the sulfur, but then we are charging into the enemy as quickly as we possibly can. Yes, we are giving up Wildebar. I understand that. We got stuff to do though, including defeat Rialdo. Can we defeat Rialdo? 69 Grand Elves. But we have the Golden Bow. He's got a good army. Do we have any spells? We picked up the Cold Ray. That's 120 points of damage. I know we can beat them, so let's just beat them. Yeah, let's just beat them. Looks like it's going to be incredibly costly, but we're just going to beat them. We cannot use the Phoenixes to go over the wall because they're just going to get destroyed by all these other troops here, and that just does not feel very good. Should we do a steel skin on our Grand Elves? They are our power stack after all. I think that we should. We will steel skin the Grand Elves. We're going to keep them alive, and we're going to go into sort of a defensive position. I'm very happy to lose the elves or the sprites. It feels bad, but I'm happy to lose them for that purpose. The greater druids will attack these rangers and bring down their numbers. We need to attack their most dangerous creature right now, and that right now is the champions. Absolutely, it's the champions. Plus, we'll take out most of the rangers here. If I go right here, the champions are not going to be able to leak out. And this is going to be a pretty good defensive position there for my unicorns, just to keep the champions from going anywhere else. I'm going to probably bloodlust my elves, I think that you're going to get more damage out of my elves if they do an additional 30% damage, as opposed to me just doing a flat 120 damage from the cold ray. So that's what we're going to do. Once again, we're going to skip with the phoenixes. There goes a slow on the phoenixes, and the unicorns do some good damage there. Yep, it's time to do a bloodlust. And then how many of these can I kill? I can kill 8. I end up killing 8. And once again, most of the elves, or most of the rangers. Yeah, this is going to be a tough fight. I am grateful that the AI said, "Oh yeah, you're going to win," but wow, oof, tough. Bloodlust, steel skin, cursed. Oh no. Let's just check real quick. What is our damage going to be? 114 damage, and we were doing more than that. Our grand elves were doing 145, 185. And so we go from 145, 185 down to 114. Is it worth it to cure or do the cold ray? I think at this point that the cold ray actually does more damage. I think it does. I think it does, especially because the flat damage ignores defense, of which they have 3. So I think that we do the cold ray, and we will work on their next scariest stack with the 15 defense. It's going to be these paladins. We have 13 attack, so we're going to do 10% bonus damage to the master swordsman, 10% bonus damage to the veteran pikeman. Let's work on this big stack of veteran pikemen. And then actually these greater druids have 12 attack skill, and so they're going to do just a little bit less damage to these paladins. Let's just break even on these master swordsmen. Let's just do that. The phoenixes are going to get into the fight. Trust me, they will at some point. Just not this very second. I am going to take out that cavalry. That I could see that being a choice that some people don't like, in the sense that they're like, well, the cavalries were just sitting there. They weren't hurting anything, and then that keeps the paladins from coming out. Yes, you're right, but also it feels like I'm still taking these fights one at a time, and that feels okay. That really does feel okay. I think that the druids can finish off these paladins or mostly take them out. Let's continue to work on these master swordsmen. Now on the veteran pikemen. Wow, good luck. And now that curse looks really good, because that bonus damage on top of some really good damage could have been great. Could have been great. There goes our unicorns. There's that lightning bolt that we had talked about. Otherwise, the gate is open. And I wish that the phoenixes are only going to be slowed for the rest of this turn. So next turn, they're going to be able to get over into the enemy's back line. For now, though, we kill those there. The phoenixes are going to kill these pikemen there, and we would have been able to kill the rangers right now. As it stands, though, that's going to be one more grand elf that slow ultimately cost me. We did fight that fight much better, by the way. We fought that fight much better. And finally, he is defeated. Rialdo, we fought you in a castle. If I ever see your stupid face again, it better be in my tavern. Don't ever show your face around here again unless you're here on my side. Okay. What artifacts does he have? He has to have some. He's been a good hero for them. That's a +1 to attack skill. That's a +1 to morale. Okay. That's good enough. That's good enough. It's not terrific. It's not amazing, but it's good enough. We'll take that. We do need more spells, and it's day 5. It might be worth it just to end up staying here a week. I'll probably pick up another hero here in just a second to send them along the road. I hope I don't run out of gas before I get to their wizard town, because we know that they've got 2 wizard castles. One here, one here. One's owned by red, one's owned by green. And that's scary, because we know that green has titans. Maybe red does not. If red doesn't have titans, so there are titans here. Yeah, no, this is View Towns coming in clutch for us. And our Thieves Guild information, we're getting a lot of good information here. This is going to help us win the game. This is going to help us win the game. We are going to run out of gas. We cannot beat Titans with 50 Grand Elves. I would love to. It can't be done. And that feels so bad. We need to get this wizard town and then roll through to get that wizard town. And maybe meet up somewhere in here. Difficult to say, but eventually we're going to be digging for the ultimate artifact. Right now, though, we can't waste time with all these other things. Oh yeah, I forgot. And we need to try and not lose our town right there. Oh no, we lost our town right there. We had one job to do. So sad. I have no aspirations in winning this fight. I didn't really before, but now I definitely don't. 20 war trolls. That's a lot of war trolls. These 4 gargoyles are going to not attack, but they're just going to sit here just to prevent extra damage from coming down. 60 spell points. Is that going to be enough? I don't think so. But I'm going to try and work on those Arc Magi just because it could be useful to not have to worry about that 20% chance to dispel beneficial spells in the future. If I can destroy that whole stack. And because the Bone Dragons might as well get some damage off before they, die, I might as well kill 2 to 3 here. Let's give it a shot. Okay, we mostly killed them. 4 hit points left. It is what it is. Okay. So, there they go. The Bone Dragons I expect are going to go down pretty much right now. Any other spells to cast? No, let's just Cold Ray. Is that going to be 2? Yeah, that'll be 2 War Trolls that go down. 30 hit points. I can kill 1 more here for sure. Okay, we killed a couple of War Trolls in this fight. We did better than the AI said that we would do. And from here on, we're just going to hit auto combat because I'm happy. I'm happy as a clam. I've met my goals. Why do you curse? Why would you curse? I know you're trying to win the fight, but the fight's going to be over in 1 turn. Curse at the very beginning of combat, that would have made sense because, there's multiple turns that the curse could take effect and mitigate damage. As it stands, you have 1 turn left. What are you doing? I need to check something real quick. Info. Eliminate everyone. Don't lose the hero Jarkonas 6th. Don't lose the hero Jarkonas the 6th. I forgot. I forgot the Jarkonas is a win condition. Jarkonas is on the wrong side of the map to not have to worry about getting destroyed. We've made a critical error, folks. We've made a critical error. How do we get ourselves out of this sticky situation? Well, first off, there's lots of elves. That's going to help out a lot. So we're just going to pick them up. Go to this obelisk. And Jarkonas is going to immediately run into this area that I don't think the enemy has explored too much. I definitely don't think the enemy has gotten over here. If we can get that Holy Hammer, that +5 is going to be massive. Green maybe has not explored this area. This gold mine here, that was flagged by red, but it wasn't flagged by green. I'm assuming that they are allied, but I don't believe that that means that they share vision. I could be wrong. But we're going to have to just kind of stay out of their way and, pick up some troops here, pick up some nice stuff here, and then just wait for rescue. Wait for somebody big and beefy to come and save us, like Ivan. I see Ivan just being like, "Don't worry, I'll pick you up. I'll save you." And I can think of nothing more reassuring than this big burly Ivan man just carrying me in his arms like a little baby, just like, up we go, and just carries me to safety. That is what Ivan is in my mind. A cry of pain leads you to a centaur caught in a trap. Upon setting the creature free, he hands you a small pouch. Emptying the contents, you find a dazzling jeweled ring that's a +2 to spell power. Ivan, big and strong like a mountain. Does he look like the kind of guy that would say that? Maybe. But hey, if somebody's big and strong like the mountain, they already know it. They're like, "Shut up, man. You don't gotta tell me. I already know what I am. I'm big and strong, like the mountain." I say, "Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are." Okay. But again, right now our goal, because I've realized I've made a mistake, is to stay on top of keeping Jarkonas alive. Whoa, don't do that. Don't do that. But then let's get another hero. It's going to be Airy because he's going to have gargoyles and scouting. And Airy is going to go up this road as far as he can just to see what else is out here. Observation tower? Huh? Maybe. Okay. And maybe we'll send him out of his way to get that obelisk. Maybe. I need to see what Castor's going to do here. Oh no, Castor's got scouting, and he's going to be able to definitely see these heroes. Is he going to path around? This is going to be very important. Oh my gosh, this is very bad. Everybody run! Run! We're getting a lot of obelisks. There's nothing! There's nothing there! What's there? I don't know. Nothing! Nothing! What's that on the phone? Who's calling us right now? Nothing is calling us! A brief roadside encounter with a small caravan in a game of Knucklebones wins a magic pendant. Its former owner says it will protect you from necromancer's death spells. This makes us immune to all death spells, death ripples, death waves, things like that. Okay. Get out of here. Sprint. Go to the very edge of the map, and maybe we will fall out of vision, and maybe the enemy will not pursue us into the darkness. That's literally my only hope right now. And you know that if that's my hope, then it's a bad hope, and things are not going very well. And it's all because I made a mistake, and I forgot what my objectives were. There's that, I don't know what you call it. I want to say TikTok trend, but it's not like a TikTok trend or something. It's like, I understood the assignment. Yeah, I did not understand the assignment, and it's costing me big. Blue tent. That could be useful. That could be interesting. It's day 7. I'm just going to have Natasha sit here one more day, continue to clear out all this. We'll go take out rangers. Sarakin is doing something. He was literally just traveling on the road just for fun. Is that what he was doing? Okay, well, he's going to pick up the wagon camp and probably go through these dwarves in just a second. Aerie is going to ignore Myra, who I think that's their toughest hero. I think it was at one point. Can we get to the obelisk? No. Can we get to the water wheel? No. Let's just go to right here. There's Ruby. Ruby was their toughest hero at one point. Ruby, Sabu. We have all this good stuff going for us, but I'm worried that our total army strength is not enough. That's my fear. If Castor pursues us, we're going to be in trouble. Let's see it. Okay. And actually, now I have to consider, do I simply stay here for rescue, or do I try and slip out? I don't think I can slip out. I think it's too far away. I think it's just too far away. I'm going to purchase all these troops just because I don't want them to have them. I'm not going to make any other purchases here. We've got the captain's quarters already. That'll be sufficient. But otherwise, I think that we continue with our plan because we can beat mutant zombies. That's not a problem. So let's take one step out of our way. We'll even give the dwarves on over and just kind of fill out our army a little bit more that way. Right there. Yeah, and otherwise we might not have gone for this whole patch. The +5 to attack is massive. And that would have probably always kept that little patch on my radar. But it feels like it's kind of far out of the way at this point. I know I've wasted a lot of time up to this point, but because I've wasted time, I don't feel like I can go out of my way for nothing. It's got to be a pretty significant thing. And I think that if I wasn't in this position where I'm like scared, I would not be thinking so hard about pressing forward in that regard, pressing into this resource cache. That's a +4 though for the foremost scroll of knowledge. Yeah, but it's lots of Cyclops. I don't know. I've got like 180. No, that's Ivan's army. This army sucks. We had so many elves. What happened? Well, we took 2 towns and we took a lot of losses in those towns. Okay. Month 2, week 2, day 1. We should probably get another hero here just so we can send them in. Oh, Sandro's back. I guess we're going to get Sandro back. Because we've got 6 Phoenixes. That's 2 weeks of Phoenixes. Do I wait for 1 more week of Phoenixes? No, because this could be enough to save. This could be enough to save our Jarkonas, and that can be enough to save the map and prevent like a restart of some kind. So let's get Sandro now. We're gonna get rid of all these slow troops. We're not gonna dismiss like the halflings. We'll keep the halflings, but everybody else is getting dismissed. And then from there, this time we're going to bring the dwarves. Last time we brought the sprites. This time we'll bring the dwarves. And somehow, once again, we are out of gold. I swear I've had heroes that their whole job has just been to go and pick up gold and stuff. Where's all my gold? What happened to it? Could you imagine if we were trying to upgrade multiple towns all at once? How bad that would be? Oh. Why are you running? Oh, because you got a better fighting force. Okay, here we go. Is this Sabu? I think that this is Sabu, the barbarian, 6, 8, 3, and 3, pretty good hero, and most importantly, he's got 4 titans. This game has gotten very, very heated, and we know that since there's titans on the map, where do I want to go? To the upper right corner, no doubt. This battle is so unwinnable that I was literally just here to look at how this battle could shake out. I don't even know how I'm gonna make them lose 1 genie. I have no idea. How did the AI even do that? Was it just the castle shots? Must have been just the castle. Yep, there it is. There's the 1 genie. But now we have to keep track of Sabu, and Uncle Ivan needs to go north as soon as possible. I guess this is the question. Is this a big enough army? Does Sabu have a big enough army that he doesn't need to be worried? That's a question in and of itself, isn't it? And I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I'm acting like he's the big savior of the world here, but not necessarily so. 18 orc chieftains. Oh my goodness. I think that that's what I'm going to lose there, though. And for what? A sawmill? Yeah, I guess so. When we combine these troops, we can definitely take out the nomads, but we have to wait for a second. Okay. Otherwise, Jarkonas is sitting here, being really sneaky, staying away from the enemy, and it's been nice to kind of consider Jarkonas as a secondary hero. He is not going to be able to be put in danger ever again. He's not going to be strong enough, so I'm taking gold instead of experience. He's just not going to be strong enough to deal with all these things without fear of getting demolished. Okay, so say the enemy currently has 7 titans on the board. Say that they're going to have 10 by the end of this week. I don't know if these elves are enough. With the golden bow, yeah, it's probably enough. But that's a big if. This army is big enough to take out nomads and kind of clear out this. Probably not the genies, but maybe. We'll see. But we're back down to 3 towns. And the advantage we talked about having with our elves feels like it has dissipated. It feels pretty bad. You come upon a battle where a paladin has been mortally wounded by a group of zombies. He asks you to take his hammer and finish what he started. As you pick it up, it begins to hum, and then everything becomes a blur. The zombies lie dead, the hammer dripping with blood. You strap it to your belt. I feel like this artifact, if you ever use this holy hammer, you have to have like some killer catchphrase. You have to say something like, "Cry havoc and loose the dogs of war," or something like majestic as you just wield this against the enemy forces. 5 attack skill. Massive. Okay. I wish there was a way through here. That'd be great. It's not happening though. For now, we'll just stay right here. This observation tower. If they get this observation tower, we are so in trouble. Ivan needs to go faster. Must go faster. While I'm here, I might as well just clear stuff out. Is it gonna hurt me? No. Is it gonna help me? Probably not. I just can't incur enough losses that it derails my plans. Is it possible for that to happen? Absolutely, it's possible for that to happen. Okay, Agar's level 5 at this point, so he's the one that gets all these troops. Let's split these rogues, since they're going to be the ones who are hopefully going to turn this fight. 50 nomads? You think you can beat 50 nomads with that army? I don't think you can beat 50 nomads. You can beat dwarves, though. Yeah. I really want to clear out this cache. I need more than what I currently have here. So let's go beat elementals. Lots? Probably not. Let's go beat these dwarves, though. This is potentially a good 3rd level spell. I can't think of any 3rd level spell I would want though right now other than View Heroes. Especially on a secondary, tertiary hero. View Heroes is the only spell I would really want at this time. Let's go up here. We don't need the Ogre Lords to defeat this enemy. Let's bring the Power Ring and the Court of Wood with us. Sarakin's going to move troops from Wood's Lord up to the front. And in my haste, once again, for the final time, I forgot to be purchasing what I wanted to purchase here. And knowing that the enemy has some good margins over me, it feels like every little bit does matter. It does. It does feels important at this point. Ruby just left. Did you see that? Ruby just... No, another hero just walked away. Huh. Very interesting. I cannot lose 73 elves every single time I fight a fight. I can't do it. That's just losing too many. That's just too many troops lost. It's not okay. It's not okay. These champions are going to do a lot of damage. We got to take them out while we can. That's too many, but this is just the right amount. This is just right. I know I'm losing a lot of troops to these rangers. Can't be helped. Cannot be helped. Doesn't really matter what I do here. If I go here, it's not going to matter. Wow. Don't love this at all. Thankfully, the Grand Elves are going to get to free up my stack of elves here. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Not good. Not good. 5 to 7. We can kill 5 to 7. We're going to keep doing that. Oh, boy. This is really not good. I needed every little bit of damage to go on these enemy troops here. And this is just not working out the way I want it to. 175, 50. Do I mitigate damage? Unfortunately, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even if I kill these Master Swordsmen, these Veteran Pikemen are going to get a hit on somebody. Let's just do some damage. Wow, this fight is not going well at all. Goodness gracious. Finally, we killed one stack there, but now these dwarves are threatening to do something crazy. Let's just let the dwarves kill those 2 orcs. And let's hope that they never get good morale again. If I run, will I be able to stop? No more spell points. 1, 2. If I run to here, only the Veteran Pikemen can get me. If I stay here, dwarves can get me. Let's run. Not good. Not good at all. This is where we take out all their rangers. No more damage there. Wonderful. Wonderful. And then all these Veteran Pikemen go down, and then we should be able to... 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, unless they get good morale here, then we're good to go. Let's just pour on the damage. We may take a hit. We may take a hit, but we're just going to take them out. Okay. Very big losses. We said 76 originally. I think that we actually saved more Grand Elves, though. So this turned out okay. The 5,000 experience is not worth it. We need the army, truly, and we need to back them up. We need a spell book. We've needed a spell book for a minute. We even need the level 2 Mage Guild. We've been adventuring without that for so long. The steel skin's actually going to be pretty important, and we just have to head kind of into this direction. Ivan's going to take 2 steps out just so we can get 1 hero to go left and 1 hero to go right. Luna is back. Very nice to see her back. It's probably going to be that she ends up replacing Ariel. Ariel is just kind of dead space at the moment. And we only have space for 8 heroes. And so we're going to need to actually choose level 3 Luna. She's got logistics. Marini has the boars, though. I think Luna still comes out a little bit on top just because she's got some other things that she can do. With this swampy area, doesn't feel really good to have her go through the swamp, but we're gonna do the best we can. For now, let's just go on the road. I wasn't sure if this would be access there or not, but our goal is to get to right here. and traveling by road is probably going to help us go there the fastest. Jarkonas, what to do? I think we're going to wait, but we're going to defeat the Cyclops and then join up over here, and then just hope we can slip him out somewhere else. Hagar is continuing to do what he can, where he can, with his limited troops. Sarakin is going to pick up some more of these Ogre Lords. It's not enough. It's not enough. I just don't have enough troops. Maybe I should have picked up the pyramid a while ago. I mean, I've got all these extra resources. Gold is really the thing that I'm hurting for. And if I don't spend gold on low-level troops, I'll be fine. This whole time I should have been upgrading my mage guild. I've got that many resources. View towns again. There's no other troops here really to pick up. We just wanted these Ogre Lords. And then we've got to push. We've got to push. I feel so behind the 8 ball. And I mentioned, hey, this is the strongest we're ever going to be. As soon as I see Titans on the board, I'm feeling very weak. I'm feeling so bad. What's Castor going to do? He's probably going to go up here. He's probably going to try and take my sorceress town. I really can't allow that. Can Sandro, the level 3 necromancer, can he defeat all of this? No, Castor's got like 10 spell power or something stupid. It doesn't say here, but he does. He has 10 spell power or something stupid. Okay. We just have to wait and see. Castor might be heading right for me. And I just might not know it yet. We're going to take one step out of our way, just because I don't want Wilfrey to do anything silly. That was close. I need to split these troops appropriately. Split and split. Top, we're spread out and not closed off. This army is not as strong as it should be. Ivan, continue on the road. You've got a spell book now. You're not going to find any spells that you really love here, though. We're going to go through the dirt. If there's a path there. We'll see what to do here. Let's go down, fight this fight. No losses. Take the luck. Pick up this artifact. Mangled bones, yellowed with age, pure from the ragged folds of a dead druid's robe. Searching the robe, you discover a scroll hidden within. That's +5 knowledge. We've got some good artifacts. I think that we're close enough. We can defeat Myra. Sabu's right here. Sabu is on a path for Uncle Ivan, but if he goes this way, we're going to go up this way, and we should be faster than him. The 3 Ogre Lords are not going to matter, and they're just going to slow us down. We got 4-speed creatures. I guess Ogre Lords were 4-speed. But anyway, that means that we can split these elves into 3 stacks instead of 2. It's tight. It's all very close right now. I do not know how this is going to shake out. I have no idea. And that makes it exciting. That makes it very exciting. Okay. Oh, and for the record, I would much rather Castor defeat Sandro than take my sorceress town. And I don't think that they got far enough the road before to actually see that town. The pack of genies. Hey, you know what? If I just go up here, I might have enough gold to surrender with like the phoenixes left over and then rehire my hero just to save the troops. And maybe Castor fights the genies and he loses a lot of troops to some BS over there. It's very much possible. So we'll have to wait and see on that. Town Gate, Resurrect, both not terrific, but not bad. I don't know what else I would have preferred as a 4th level spell. Nothing off the top of my head. I'm just not. That doesn't feel like it moves the needle quite yet. Not at the moment, anyway. Okay. This town, we now have room for one more hero. Now we get Marini. I know that Luna made it. Somebody else did not make it. Somebody else died. But I need to get into this area. Information's pretty important right now, and Sandro's just out of the way. Just out of the way, and maybe Castor will leave me in peace. Castor will not leave me in peace. Sabu is running away. But not for long. Yeah, but for how long? There are a few defenders in this town. Okay, let's let everybody else go right now. And then let's just see. Okay, so this is here. We can't defeat this town. It's weird that the town is named Alamar. Not unlike the hero Alamar. If I can get this wizard town here before the beginning of the week, that would be tremendous. There's only peasants, though. It's day 6. It's not going to be a problem for a second. I don't want to buy the cathedral. For 20 crystal, 20 wood, do it. Just do it. Buy the cathedral, and then we'll buy another hero. We'll send the troops over this way, and they're probably not going to be able to get through the swamp. Yeah, they're not going to be able to get through the swamp and not take this town this turn. But next turn, we should be able to do that. We should be able to take this town before they get reinforcements. And that's going to be huge. That's going to be huge. But then we'll have to just worry a little bit later. I was hoping I could kind of get into this dirt from this spot. It looks like I cannot. We're going to head back this way because I actually don't want to fight Sabu right now if I can help it. I don't want to fight Sabu if I can help it. Let's keep Jarkonas out of the way still a little bit, because this is just a little too much. It's a little too scary for me. And then lots of nomads I can probably beat, especially after I pick up a watchtower. Yeah, I can definitely beat them now. And there's an observation tower right here too. That would have been nice to know a while ago. That really would have been. Who do I get rid of? No. I think Natasha. I think Natasha's just kind of only really good for view towns. And right now, I've already cast it once. And so her value is not very good, especially since I do have view towns now in my sorceress castle. So yeah, we're going to get rid of Natasha, unfortunately. It's like throwing 2,500 gold down the drain. But logistically, it makes the most sense. Do I get Ariel again? She's got spells. That makes her better than Tyro. And then with our limited gold and our limited resources, we do our very, very best to get here. We can get at least that far next turn. Let's have Marini go down a little bit more. I cannot defeat 2 boars. The wagon still has stuff in it, even. Crazy. Is there any sense in attacking? Nope, he's going to attack me. So we will accept our fate. You know what, though? Hold on. Get rid of the skeletons. Skeletons are a -2 morale. -2. And you're best off splitting your phoenixes. So that way you have some added flexibility to your fighting force. And the only other thing that we might do is combine the phoenixes to get goblins. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine them right now just so I can take a look. Just so I can see. 52, is 52 goblins better than the phoenixes? No, because we lose the morale modifier. I'd rather have +1 and split. Okay, and then I'm going to make him attack me. We're still going to go right back up here. No, not there. Right there. Just make him do it. Okay. Believe it or not, this is actually still going okay. This is less than ideal. This is tough. This is tough. But I'm not catastrophizing. I think I'm appropriately assessing the threats. In fact, I know I am. He said confidently, as he tried to decide what his best decision was. We are trying to actually save these phoenixes a little bit. And the damage from the war trolls is pretty big. 1, 2, 3, 4. If we go across the battlefield, we're gonna lose. We're gonna take some damage. Do I have 8,000 gold? Oh, I have 8,000 gold. He wants this much. I just don't want to give him that much gold. So we are going to plan on losing some troops. I don't have any stone skin or anything like that. The 60 damage from the cold ray is not very good. Hasting the unicorns isn't going to really do much for us. But it's kind of the best thing I have, I think. Let's haste the unicorns. Maybe they'll get good morale. But otherwise, let's just take out what we can. What's the priority? Probably the war trolls. Yeah, it's the war trolls. They're a pretty expensive unit. To keep them from attacking is a big deal. We're going to lose a lot of troops here, but we already knew that. Let's just carry on and do the very, very best we can. Again, killing as many troops as we can. What was that? Okay, I don't want to say that we're now winning this fight, but we're doing something anyway. If we get a blind here, we're in a good shape. No, no blind yet. I say yet as if it's for sure going to happen. Cyclops, I can't get any double shots off on anybody. They did a good job in keeping things in a good way. That was kind of a waste of their good luck just with those war trolls. It's just not that big of a deal. There's 3 left. Let's kill 1 or 2. We did kill 2. We killed all of them. Ouch. Okay, that's a pretty big deal. Battle dwarves, we do want to lose battle dwarves because we don't want to have them be bought and paid for. With 3 phoenixes left, 5 hit points, and there. I think that we go 1 more round of combat and then we see if we can save 2 phoenixes. Oh, I think that we haste the dwarves, and that's going to put them faster than these cyclops. They're actually going to be able to kind of slide into this area. Let's move the phoenixes back, actually. Phoenixes back. Great. Phoenixes back. And then just start to tear down some of these orc chieftains. And then that should make the enemy destroy these dwarves. Ouch, and there goes a phoenix. Yep. So we're going to survive this fight with 2 phoenixes left. I say survive, but now the cost is good, and then we have killed 16 more trolls. That's pretty darn good. That can actually help us mount a successful defense in our sorceress town if they choose to go straight there. So that doesn't feel terrible. Remember, Myra is potentially blocking us off between saving our liege, Jarkonas, who must stay stock still just in case. I'm not even going to fight that fight. I know that we're going to take a lot of losses. I'm going to assume that that went well. Go here, and then as soon as possible, step on this observation tower. If Luna can get there this turn, she will. Okay, she can. Let's just do that. Okay. Nothing really in here. The Oracle's not bad, but it's not the end all to be all. It's almost day 7. It's not really going to matter. Going out of our way to get that gold is okay for me. Ariel's now going to do the swap, and this very, very costly swap is ultimately going to net us 1 additional Wizard Castle. Who's got more spells? Who's got better spells? We got a Cold Ray for 40 damage. Ariel's got a Cold Ray for 40 damage. 2 and 3. 2 and 2. Ariel is actually the better hero here for this fight. Really, she is. Who's got more movement? Right now, it's Marini. Okay. So we're going to actually move everything back. We're going to make this work, darn it. We're going to make this work. Okay. And then Marini is going to see if she can get back and back again. Because so long as Ariel doesn't have to go through the swamps, we might be able to travel along the road, get one more resupply, and then defeat these defenders. We might be able to do that. It's going to be super close, but it's quite possible. Horde of centaurs. Wow. Okay. And unfortunately, another week passes. That means one more week worth of Titans. Thankfully, Sabu is kind of staying close to that castle. And that's really nice for me. But I don't think I can sneak through without him seeing me. This would be nice, but it's a little too far out of my way at the moment. Can I defeat these enemies? I think I can, and I think I should. Not Wildebar. I don't think I can beat all those necromancers. Wait, did I lose the opportunity to... I lost the opportunity to rehire Sandro with those 2 phoenixes and 8 greater druids because we fought that fight on day 6, and on day 7 we did not rehire him in the tavern, and so he got reshuffled into all the other heroes. So folks, I'm struggling. I am struggling. I am doing so poorly. And we got the absolute worst 5th level spell possible because we don't use Dimension Door. This is a really bad mage guild. You have 1 damaging spell, which is your Cold Ray. You have 3, 4 adventure map spells. You have probably the least used combat spell of all. One of the very most niche damaging amplification spells. This is a terrible, terrible mage guild. This is bad. Wow. And so there's no hope, there's no help here. I think that now we start to upgrade this mage guild. Just hoping we can get our heroes back in time to be able to actually like use it a little bit. I have to trust. Ugh, I can't trust. I can't trust. Oh, this is bad. And it's not getting better. We're going to have to hire another hero. It's going to cost me a lot. But I have to hire this hero just so I can for sure get this wizard town. If I don't get this wizard town, I'm really in a bad spot. This is already terrible. This is bad. But it could be worse. And so, we shall soldier on as bravely as we can. We will take courage. We will know that we are not perfect and we have our struggles, and yet we will press forward with all of our might. We will combine our armies to try and get the best possible morale. And we will be as wise as we can. As wise as we can be. We must fight this fight, and I really need to win this fight. It says we're going to lose 4 of these paladins. Maybe. Maybe. Steel skin, shield. Yeah, and I am actually going to, let's see, I'm going to steel skin my paladins. Shield is going to take reduced damage here, but overall just increasing my defense is going to be just as good or better, I think. Well, no, it's not. Because shield reduces damage by 50%. That's the equivalent of +5 defense. Whereas, no, steel skin's +6. So steel skin is always better than shield. Am I right? Am I wrong? I don't know. I can only do 9 to 13 damage with these rangers. I might as well take out these single stacks of creatures and just hope I can get through this wall as quickly as possible. Should we steel skin again? 40 damage on the cold ray. Let's start. Excuse me. Yeah, we're just going to continue to take down one Magi at a time there and spread out our troops so we can maybe bust through this wall. The enemy knows exactly what they're doing. They're just waiting and they're saying, come on through the wall. Take your time. I should have steel skinned there. I will do that next turn. And stay and stay. Oh. And we can do just as much damage here as we could there. So it looks like the ballista is, they only have the ballista in the left turret. They're doing some damage with that, but it's not an incredibly well upgraded town. It's not bad, but it's not the neatest thing I've ever seen. One more Arc Magi. Excuse me, he's just a regular Magi. I gotta get through these walls. This is a killer. This just hurts my heart. And I can see that Iron Golem causing me some real problems. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should have just taken the results of the combat. I don't know what else I could have done here. If you know what? If I had not cast Steelskin twice, I could have... Could I have had... Yeah, I could have had these Magi dead already. Couldn't I? And that would have saved me... That would have saved me a lot of troops. Huh. Yeah. Bad. Just bad. We'll take the archery, because why not? There's a Hut of the Magi somewhere. Where it is, I don't know. But it's somewhere. There's some troops I can buy in here. Rocks and Iron Golems. This is actually a pretty big pickup, and I don't think that the enemy should have just let me have this town. Maybe they couldn't prevent it, but I can definitely stop Mandigal from coming in anytime soon. So we're going to be okay. I'll take all these other losses. I'll take it on the chin where I have to, but overall, this could have been a lot worse. This could have been a lot worse. We're going to come back with 3 more Phoenixes. Agar's just pretending like he's being useful. We will see what Mandigal will do. Thundax is going down. Actually, no, he's probably not going to go on the swamp. He's just going to go right here and probably have just enough movement to get to me. Orc Chieftains are 3-speed. Maybe Thundax has one more day in him. Okay. And then this decision I've saved for the end because I've been laboring over it. Yeah, this is a lot of elves, but it's only elves. Yeah, but they've only got... Long story short, against this army, these elves stand no chance. If I get home, I can upgrade the elves, and maybe I'll have a better chance. Maybe I can get to Xanadu. Maybe that can help me out more. It's possible. It's possible. Cloud Castle. Just short on gold. Just really, really short on gold right now. And somehow this army is my biggest army and it's stuck in the corner. Perhaps I try and send another hero in and out, because if they die, oh well. Maybe that's going to be the thing. I don't know. I feel like I'm making a right pig's eye out of this whole situation. Sabu remains. He does not leave. What is Sabu doing? I don't want Castor and Myra to link up. I think I can actually beat Castor here. It's going to cost me all my troops, though. It's going to cost me all my troops. I have to let him go. He's letting me go, and I'm letting him go. Does not feel good at all. Okay. Luna understands that Castor is kind of coming her way. She's getting surrounded pretty quickly. The windmill is not worth my time. Let's just make them come and get us. Ariel's gonna drop all these troops. Save one veteran pikeman. And then she's gonna adventure off into the desert here, into the wasteland. Just to see what we can see. And Marini is gonna come on in. Thundax is going to continue this way. Because Thundax is actually going to be able to get over the cracked earth pretty quickly because he's got the pathfinding. I might as well have Ivan with his basic wisdom pick up these 3rd level spells, right? No, they're useless. Earthquake? No, no, no. Once you get the golden bow, you don't care about castle walls. You're just going to shoot them dead. With basic wisdom, he doesn't even need this mage guild. Does he need the cold ray? I don't think so. I think he's already got cold ray. Yeah, he's already got cold ray. There's no reason for Ivan to go there. You might as well just bring him his troops. Just buy his troops and bring them to him. So Phoenix is first. You are going to need to upgrade all those elves, though. Let's buy these elves now. And head on over. Make the swap. Actually, and do it like this. So Ivan's going to have the most movement points next turn. That's what we're going to do. And then Saracen will trade with him before the beginning of the next day. That's what we'll do. And then with a couple of extra with these other supporting troops, I think we got a better chance. Thundax is going to run. Marini is going to defend. Yeah, she's going to defend. Let's do this bump one more time. Go here. We'll hold on to this. Let's just try and keep Saracen alive. And send these elves back. Keep all the rest right here. Because I don't think that Myra can get all the way up this road. It's going to be close. We need a lot more gold, but let's be real. We have a lot of resources. So we're going to be able to make that. That's not going to be a problem. Troyan. Let's see if we can slip behind her. And here we are, just in the bunch of nothing. But in the bunch of nothing is exactly where we knew some things were. Okay, and real quick, I see for the first time something that might be what we're looking for. I'm doing the very highly technical thing that we've talked about in the past, where we try and match things up. There's a crack there that might be part of the puzzle map. Yep, I think that this might be something. We're looking for this kind of doodad right here, and then this kind of crack right here. Oh, but there's so many of them, it's going to take a while to figure stuff out. So let's not worry our heads too much at the moment. I think that could beat Thalagar, but definitely not Troyan. I feel like I got to hold on to this castle, and Marini is probably the one to do it at the moment. Okay. Do I dump all these resources for gold? I think so. This is probably the most marketplaces I'm gonna have. There's another one. I got that one. I already got this one. Okay, yeah, this is the most marketplaces I'm gonna have. So let's just trade our resources. There's a bunch. There's a bunch. There's a lot. There's a ton. There's a metric ton. There's a boatload. Okay. And so now we've got all the money we're going to need. And we're still going to have some resources left over to do mage guilds and things like that. Yes, yes. Even though the mage guilds feel like they betrayed us a little bit. Even though. No sense in waiting now, since we're coming back with a full army. But this army has to get to save Jarkonas. Otherwise this whole thing is just lost. I'm going to take 2 steps out. I'm going to buy 1 more hero. I'm going to send the hero out. Fix Fox, do you think that that's a good idea? Do you think maybe it's a bad idea to keep spending gold that you don't have on heroes? Just because you have money now, does that mean that it's going to ultimately be there tomorrow if you continue to spend like this? Have you ever been to a finance class? Have you ever budgeted your money ever? What's wrong with you? Well, there's a lot of different questions there, and I can't answer them all at once. But suffice to say, I've been to a budgeting class because I've taught a budgeting class and a finance class for that matter. There's that. Let's call this a calculated risk, right? And the risk is calculated, but that doesn't mean that you're actually going to be really good with the way that you are calculating your risks and ultimately trying to come out ahead. But you're going to do the best you can. We got to take out this enemy hero, and we sure can. Hordes of peasants. Hordes of peasants. I think we're actually best off purchasing some troops here. Do we have any other troops that we need to purchase? No, I think not. So let's do this. Let's get halflings. Let's get boars. And then let's get the rocks for sure. Let's get rid of these dwarves. They're never going to be useful. And then I love the iron golems. Let's get the steel golems. That's going to be a pretty good army. It can beat whatever else we're coming up against. Is this paladin going to be worth it? Not for the morale. And so we leave and we split these troops. No, 1 stack there and then split the rocks. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. And then we fight this fight, and this shouldn't be a scary fight at all. I'll take those 23 halflings lost and go back and just do some pure defense. I like that Troyan ignored this castle just for Luna. I think Luna is feeling honored that she was the source of their misery, even if just for one moment, even if just for a second. Okay. Let's go back here. 15 ogre lords. It's good. It's good. We have the expert leadership, so mixing troops is not a problem. Let's do it. We'll keep the unicorns for now and keep this split. And really, it's all about these 227 grand elves. Yeah, it's all about those grand elves. In fact, these troops are going to help us really keep these elves in a good spot. Ogres are closest. Unicorns go there. Is that correct? Yeah, I think that's correct. And Saracen just tries to get me some more gold. Generate me some more gold, baby. And now, Castor, I am ready to defeat you. I'm ready to defeat you. We're not going to attack another town until we get this golden bow on my primary hero. Okay. Sabu is making moves now for the first time in a minute. And yet I cannot come out, otherwise I think Myra will beat me. Unless I can beat Myra now. No, I cannot reach her now. So next turn we move. And since it's going to take us one whole turn, we pick up what we can, and then we press on. We probably get rid of this Heart of Fire. It's a cursed artifact. It's stupid, but I just don't want to... I don't want to feel bad about taking extra damage where I don't need to. 5 more gems. More gems here. More stuff in the windmill. Pure defense. There's no troops to purchase here. I'm not going to spend 1,000 gold on 54 peasants. Oh, sure I will. Why not? I'm making bad decisions all over the place right now. Let's just continue to make bad decisions. Let's continue to make bad decisions. What's the worst that could happen? Aha! Here it is. We found it. I'm guessing. I'll have you know that I'm guessing. Okay. So I'm doing this highly technical maneuver where I am using my 2 fingers on the screen, and I'm lining up this shrubbery and this crack. Oops, wrong one. I'm a little bit off. Key for puzzle map. I think that's it. Is there another crack? Right here is kind of my question. There is. Ladies and gentlemen, we have found what we've been looking for. The ultimate artifact is somewhere in this area. Let's make great haste. Let's pick up this, because of course we will. And then let's just head all of our heroes down. And if we're able to recover that artifact, we are then in a very good position. How many nomads are there here? Oh, boy, I've got so few. I've got so little gold. But I feel like I do need troops just to prevent some of these heroes from being too much to deal with. Okay, I anticipate the Troyan's going to go here and then immediately come this way. And I think that we unfortunately abandon this town. I think we'll pick up all of the seal golems we can and then we'll leave. But let's just see what happens here. Sabu goes back for whatever reason. Somehow we kill 6 paladins. That was just the castle defenses doing their job. Okay, and now, can Sabu reach me? Not before I reach him. Okay. Quick step out of the way. For the first time, we're actually going to get to use the Alchemist Tower. We've seen it several times, but this is the first time I've actually stepped on the Alchemist Tower in any of these playthroughs here in the Price of Loyalty campaign. As you enter the Alchemist Tower, a hobbled, graying man in a brown cloak makes his way towards you. He checks your pack and sees you have 1 cursed item. For 750 gold, the Alchemist will remove it for you. Do you wish to pay? I do. After you consent to pay the requested amount of gold, the Alchemist grabs the cursed artifact and throws it into his magical cauldron, where then he smelts it down, I'm sure, and does something with it. What though? I don't know. Okay, we are actually, again, ignoring Wildebar. And we are making this run. We can go to right here. And then, how far can Ivan get? He can get to right here. Okay, let's just get a little bit closer. Not much, but just a little bit closer. And then we're going to have to take out Sabu. Okay. Over here, back at the ranch. Let's buy out the rest of these steel golems because they are a good troop. Oh, we'll buy the Magi. Sure, why not? We're making bad decisions. Let's just continue to make bad decisions. Okay, why is that a bad decision? In Heroes 3, it makes a ton of sense. It makes a lot of sense to buy heroes just so the enemy can't have them. Here in Heroes 2, it feels like I'm not getting nearly as much value out of that decision as I would like. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to quantify it. I'm basically just going off of experience here, but it feels like it's just not as good. And like, what can I say about it? I don't really know, but it just doesn't feel like it's as good of a strategy. I like the strategy still. Even to this day, I still like the strategy, but there's times when you definitely shouldn't use it. And right now, when gold is really a struggle for us, this feels like that time where it's just not as valuable. Forces suffered a bitter defeat. We're going to let it happen. Eventually, we might be able to turn on Troyan. Actually, right now we can turn on Troyan. Oh, no, because we're too slow. Looks like she's faster too. Faster than me by a lot. Let's have Flint go up the road. Well, there's Ambrose. Ambrose was their toughest hero at one point as well. All these heroes are about to get just swallowed up. Let's just start digging. D for dig. Nothing, where could it be? Okay. And then Marini, we're going to see if we can get her to this town. Not likely, but possible. Right now, the best decision I have is get the artifact and then don't lose it. Hold on to it and then go from there. All right, now we set off safely into this general area where we know Sabu can't reach us. And we rush to right here where we know Sabu can't reach us. And then when he tries to come close, we spring our trap and we are victorious. And finally, Jarkonas is safe. This is our plan. It's a good plan. It was a good plan before. It's a better plan now. Let's do this. I might be able to do more than this. With just 2 genies, I can at least take a shot at some of their better troops and maybe get lucky on a 50-50 chance. Let's slow the Rangers. Yeah, let's slow the Rangers. Let's attack the champions just because. 48 or 17. Let's absolutely see if we can get lucky here. We did not get the 10% chance, 20% chance to have the enemy. So at this point, I'm just resigning myself to my sadness, and I will just sit here and watch my downfall. Yep. Would have been a good time to have actually split those genies. So I could have had 2 chances at the 10%. And because Ambrose stepped right in front of that castle, Marini cannot just get into it. That really did mess up our plans a little bit. Maybe we can run, though. Maybe we can stay just ahead of Troyan. It's possible, but unlikely. Let's continue to dig, D for dig. Yeah, buddy! Ooh, okay. So, Thundax is pretty important now. Thundax is pretty important now. The ultimate wand of magic increases your spell power by 12. I wish we had some good damaging spells. Right now, the only damaging spell I've seen is a Cold Ray, but now we got plus 12 spell power. That's going to be pretty darn useful. It's going to be pretty darn useful. So, Ariel, oh boy. Ariel's got to take it. Ariel has to take it. But we only have 1 veteran pikeman. Nomads. Get the nomads. We must get the nomads, because then if we get the nomads, then we'll have multiple troops. Because I don't think you can just dismiss a hero and then hire them somewhere else. Let's try it, actually. Hold on. Let's dismiss Thundax. Is it worth the knowledge? I think it's worth the knowledge. Can I hire him back? No, I cannot. You see? So if you dismiss a hero, you can't just hire them back again. You can't use it to teleport a good hero somewhere. So if Ariel fights somebody, and if they have a creature that has more than 5 speed, which they probably will, then I could lose this ultimate artifact. But if I can get to these nomads, if I can get to the nomads, then we have a chance that next time we are attacked, we can run, and then we can manipulate the game in that way to then rehire a hero at a good place for us. So I like where this is going. It feels good. Let's pick up this +1 attack. And next turn, we're going to get to Sabu. Do we think he's going to come our way? This is so scary. If we combine forces now and then I can't get back out of the way, I can see Sabu's just saying, "Oh, Jarkonas, we're gonna kill you now." And I say no. And so I can't in good faith put myself in that much risk. I just can't. So we're gonna wait for 1 more turn. This is not working out like I would have hoped. Okay. But at least it's nice to know that this wizard town does not have giants or titans just yet. So that's good. That's good news. There's some good news all the same. Okay. Let's see if we can do a little bit more damage here. At the very least, we can use a couple of cold rays. 40 damage here. Move kind of into this preparatory position here. More rangers. The rocks aren't going to do a whole ton. The rocks might as well just kill as many of these rangers as possible. Let's just destroy what we can. Take out all these ranged troops. Everything else is going down. Everything else is going down. This is a fire sale. Everything must go. Must go. And then all that gold I spent on these steel golems, it feels like it was so worthless. It really does. Maybe we can kill 1 or 2 of these champions. So far, so good. More rangers. Goodbye to the Archmagi. Ambrose has a ton of a defense skill. Look at that, 10 defense. Wow. As you can see, I mean, 12 rocks should be able to kill 10 rangers, no problem. And they had some serious problems. The next troops I just really want to focus on these champions. That's the next troop I really just want to make sure goes down. Yep, that's understandable. Understandable. Okay. Alrighty. Tell you what, I've mentioned in previous playthroughs, some days I'm feeling good and I can make some great decisions. It doesn't matter at this point. Let's just have Marini run. She's been a good hero. Let's let her keep some dignity. Some days I feel sharp. Some days I feel like good. I'm with it. And some days I'm just not. And I worry that today is one of those days where I'm just a little off. It's hard for me to say why or what's going on, but I'm just not feeling sharp and shiny. And there's just nothing I can do about that at the moment. And I hate to admit that. It feels so bad to admit that, you know what? I'm struggling. But I mean, what else can I do? I think that this Evercold Icicle is really important because our most damaging spell with 7 spell power is actually that Cold Ray. Let's get rid of... I don't think I need any more morale. I think I got plenty of morale. Do I need the ammo cart? It could be useful. It could be useful. Berserk? No Berserks are going down. Let's keep that. No paralyzes, no blinds. So all the major disabling spells are down. That's great. Ammo cart? Sure, we'll keep it. +5, got to keep those. The +1 and the +1... Definitely keep the luck. They've been using the curse spell. We're going to keep that. But I don't want to lose out on some artifacts. I think that we actually get rid of these +1s, these attack. Going from 18 to 16 is not too big of a hit. I think it'll be okay. It's not great, but it's okay. 13 or 4. We're about to do a castle assault. Yeah, but the unicorns can help make sure that the Grand Elves stay unencumbered. So we're going to do that. And then, Sabu, with your 4 titans, I smite thee. Get smitten. Okay. Okay. We are going to be trading castles just back and forth and left and right. This is a doozy. Do I have a haste? I have a haste. These Grand Elves are going to demolish these Titans. Don't even talk to me about these Titans. They're done. It's over. These Crusaders, they could be a problem. Great morale. Do they come across and then they get good morale and then they just take a free swipe at me? Possibly. Let's go into a purely defensive position here. I still like my decision. And then let's just destroy 1 to 2 Titans. Get out of here. Slow on the Phoenixes. That's the best you can do. All right, buddy. All right. And otherwise, we are all clammed up. These Grand Elves are not going to be bothered. They are going to stay happy and healthy. There's no blind that can affect them. There's nothing else. We're going to steel skin them. Are we going to steel skin? Yeah, we're going to keep them healthy. And otherwise, who's our next biggest threat? Probably these... Let's see, probably these Archmagi. Because I'm hoping that the Crusaders do not get the good morale here. If they'd gotten good morale, though, that would have been pretty bad. Pretty bad. As it stands, we're going to skip one more time. And then all their Crusaders go down. We're still losing Elves. But now the Phoenixes can fly across, and I've got them saved for another day, for another battle. Let's see. Iron Golem should come out. How much hit points? 39? Oh, we don't have a cold ray for that. But I do have a dispel. Let's do that. Okay. And I should be able to kill all these golems here, and then the phoenixes just end the battle. And so we lose 41 of our elves. That's our power stack. We must defend those elves. There's +2 and the Arm of the Martyr. Well, I don't love that, but that gave us this +2. Getting rid of those other artifacts, that feels okay anyway. Okay. One step out. Purchase a new hero. It's going to be Marini. She's back. Hello. And maybe most importantly, we have a new town that we can move some things around with. Like this mage guild. Move some things around. We can get some other opportunities. A mass dispel, a fireball. I was really kind of hoping for like a mass slow or something like that. Somewhere in here would be nice. But we'll see what we can get later. But let's keep Ivan rolling. We got one more slot opened for some additional artifacts. And then Marini's job is going to be to get down this. Let's have her go this way just to see. And I know I talked about getting Jarkonas into a safe spot. Wherever Ivan is, that's probably the safest spot I can be in. Probably. So let's keep him close to there. Let's actually get one more level of Mage Guild. At least. And then we'll consider if we set out again or not. Or at least how quickly. This is going to be important. Okay. Okay. That was the last thing I really needed to see have happen. I needed to make sure. I needed to make sure that Ariel does not go down. Because I need to have the opportunity for her to retreat. And actually I can go up against a horde of these chieftains or probably these dwarves. I can reach these dwarves next turn. If Troyan does not reach me, what can Troyan do? If Troyan knows, like if she knows that I've got the ultimate artifact and she wants to pull out all the stops, she could do like an elemental storm. She could do like an Armageddon. If you have the speed advantage, yeah, you could do a chain lightning. But the likelihood of that, I feel like, is fairly low. Okay, that was good information. I wasn't sure if we had a route this way or not. As much as I want to take out this town, I care so much more about the place where the Titans come from. That is my ultimate goal. And it's got to be over here somewhere. It's got to be over here somewhere. I think Sarah can... Here, let's have him pop in just so he can cast View Towns. How close are we? We're pretty darn close. Just go down this way and we'll be there. Okay. Okay. Meanwhile, we know enemies, we'll see them coming from a mile away. Let's just stay safe at the moment. Oh, once again, I meant to get the Mage Guild and I did not. I'm having a hard time. I'm having a really hard time and it's costing me. Mass cure, mass slow? Yeah, it's costing me. Absolutely it is. Okay. Let's stay put for now though, because we'll come back this way. We're going to get this town before the end of a new day. And so it's not going to be any issue. Lots of dwarves. Dwarves are slower. Somehow I win. I don't want to win. I want to retreat. Buddy. Because then if I retreat, I can rehire. I'm not even going to do any damage to these poor guys. They are simply a means to an end. Jarkonas takes one step out. 2 steps out. We rehire Ariel. Ariel is a sorceress with 1 artifact. And that 1 artifact goes on to Jarkonas the 6th. This is not the ideal preferred way of playing this game, by the way. I'm sure you already knew that, but still. Worth noting that Ivan does need advanced wisdom to really actually make good use of these 4th level spells, and I don't think he actually has that. We've just got basic wisdom still. We still have more to do, so I don't feel nearly so bad in not waiting 1 more turn. Where is that? Okay, so go up, not down. Okay, okay. I wasn't sure if I go down or up. You go up, and then you waltz right into their town, and from there, we're going to be in a really good position. In fact, I think that Marini is going to go like south just to make sure there's no problems. And then Jarkonas is going to go this way. I would much rather have a wizard town than my sorceress town, but if I can just have the north half, I can eventually work my way down to the south, and we're going to win this fight that way. It's going to be fine. It'll be fine. I'm not worried about the way that this game is going. We have the ultimate artifact. We have one of the two strongest towns on the map. I guess that there's three, but between this wizard town, and this warlock town, we're going to be okay. They did hire from few titans up to several. Ivan cannot be denied. And they don't have a hero there. So we're going to win this fight. It's just not going to be as nice as we would have liked. This is a must win, but we're going to win. And it's not going to be a problem. I say as I go and do other things, which you can always tell if I'm running away from my problems, that means that I'm not very confident. I'm confident enough that we can and we will win this fight. I'm just worried about the losses is really what it is. I'm worried about keeping this stack of Grand Elves alive because I have to. Oh, I have to keep this stack of Grand Elves alive. If I don't, I lose. Funny story, actually, though. These Phoenixes, their 7 speed makes it so that their best job, the best thing they can do, is just crowd around my Phoenixes, or my Phoenixes crowd around my Grand Elves so nobody can encumber them. That's their job, really. And that might end up being what we do. 6 Titans. That's a good amount of Titans. I'm hoping that this is a fully upgraded town. It looks like it is. Fully upgraded. So happy to see all this. Let's first, should we steel skin? Should we bless? Titans are going to get to go before my Grand Elves. I want my Grand Elves to just obliterate them. Just demolish them. Which Phoenixes are going? Oh, my Grand Elves are going right now. 2 to 3. Terrific. All those Titans just go goodbye. I'm actually going to send 1 Phoenix across. And the reason is I don't want these Arc Magi to dispel that haste. Does it matter? 4 speed, 6 speed, 4 speed? It might matter. And it'll cost me 1 Phoenix just to make sure there's no problems. It's costly, but it's an insurance policy. So let's just do that. And I love that you just did that. Why did you disrupting Ray the Ogre Lords? What? Huh? Who? Okay. 58 hit points. We might actually be able to just save those Phoenixes. We really might. So this is an elemental spell, right? Phoenixes are immune to elemental spells. I think Fireball counts. Yeah. They're not showing up. So Phoenixes are immune there. So if I wanted, I could try to get some damage on these Battle Dwarves and these Arc Magi. Who else am I going to attack right now? 25 boars are probably going to be my next big fight. Is there anything else I can do here, though? Well, the Cold Ray is going to do 210 damage for sure to somebody. Yeah, that's just way too much damage on these Medusa because it kills a whole stack. Let's do that instead. But then we will focus on these 25 boars because they're the toughest creature I have. And let's just hope I get good morale. I do not, but that's okay. Who's going to encumber my Grand Elves? The answer is nobody. Nobody's going to cause me any amount of grief. We just win the fight here. What was I doing? What was I thinking? How did I lose 2 Phoenixes? What? Oh, it's because the Titans got to go first. That's what it was. Okay, we pick up the Advanced Wisdom, though. That's a big deal. And there's our Cloud Castle. 9 Titans! Yes! Yes! This is how you win games. Oh, imagine we could have had so many more Titans. And why it's not bought out, I can't say. I cannot say. There's 7. We've got 2 more to purchase. We are going to purchase them. We're going to purchase them now? Yeah, we're going to purchase them now. Unless, do we need to stay over for some spells? I don't think so. Berserker, that's gigantic. Set Water Guardian, Mass Cure. Okay, this is feeling good. I'm feeling much better. Folks, this fight was not won until this moment here. This scenario, I feel like our future is secured. And what else can I say about it? I don't think that the enemy is going to be able to wrestle this away from me. So long as I keep Jarkonas in the upper right corner here on this wizarding castle, then we're going to be just fine. We're going to be just fine. Okay, let's press on up along this road. Let's pick up gold mines where we can and things of that nature. I guess that gold mine's a little bit out of reach. And one more hero here. Oh, we'll pick him up next turn just because of the gold cost. And we'll do what we can to save Burlock, but our new source of power emanates from the upper right corner. And so we carry on. And so we carry on with power. And we're gonna pick up all the little towns that we can along the way, but we're gonna prioritize here and here, because I think that they were close to getting giants right there, and I just don't want to see that happen. Do not want to see that happen. Let's stay on the road. We'd walked off the road because we were looking at that gold mine. Marini's going to help us understand what we need to do here. Yeah, that's going to be her job to go get this gold mine. While Jarkonas does a couple of other things. I could absolutely go and get that obelisk, but why? Day 6, let's just have Sarkin sit right here. Ariel is going to run in this general direction. Marini again, gold mine now. Because Uncle Ivan has a tremendous force. He cannot be dissuaded. And nothing else matters. The enemies are kind of coming my way, and they've got a lot of heroes. I did pick up the View Hero spell just a second ago, and it's a good spell. I don't think that I need to worry about where they are at the moment. I don't think that that's all that big of a deal. I think I'm just trying to get into their territory. I'm trying to get some additional objectives before the new week. And in fact, it doesn't really hurt my feelings. I don't think that these heroes are going to be able to beat Jarkonas if they try and fight him. Is Ariel doing anything? No, she's not. Let's just have her get luck and then go over this way. Just to try and save her since she can't get back. No troops to purchase. We'll get the peasants just because. Then the castle can take a couple swipes at the enemy as they come in. And Sarkin's going to wait for one more turn. Hold on. Laboratory. We should have picked that up like weeks ago. Probably the same here. We can trade for the little bit of resources it takes. The 1 crystal and the 500 gold. Oh, did I just trade ore? Okay, whatever. It was never meant to be. It was never meant to be. That's kind of loser talk there, by the way. When you say, oh, it was never meant to be, or when people are like, oh, unlucky. It's like, no, it wasn't unlucky. You made some poor decisions, and it led you into a bad spot. Don't blame luck when skill was the deciding factor. And after this very, again, pretty poor game that I've played so far, I know at this point, I think I've said it before, I'm going to win. But wow, this has been a slog. And maybe this is an example of, what not to do. Then again, that's kind of what you get with these blind playthroughs, really. You just kind of have to deal with the game as it comes to you, and you're going to make some bad decisions. And can you not lose your head, and can you recover? How many times did I say the worst thing that I probably could have said? Which was, and we're making bad decisions, and so we'll just continue to make more. That's a mistake, right? To simply say, well, we're making bad decisions, so we might as well keep making more. Not really worth our time or energy to refuse to make changes just because. I'm going to cast Berserk just because I think that's going to force them to use a Dispel or a Cure. And I think that's going to be the best thing for me. where, well, if I do it on their champions, then their champions are going to for sure hit their friends. The Grand Elves will then be able to attack the Rangers. Maybe they'll anti-magic, and that's the only time I'm going to get to do that. But they've got the slow Medusa, so my Phoenixes are always going to go first, even though the Phoenixes and the champions are the same speed. So let's just wait. And then, wow, 10 defense. That's actually a lot of defense. We got to take out those Rangers just because I don't want to deal with them. And then 10 to 16. Ooh, Mass Haste. Good spell. That wasn't necessary. I really wish they didn't do that. Because they're Mass Hasted, they're going to get to go first this turn. We had to more or less defend right there. And then I have to consider, what do I do now? How about we Berserk here? And that's just going to waste these Master Swordsmen's turn. Yeah, that's going to waste their turn so that then the Medusa have to do some other stuff. These Titans are going to attack these Veteran Pikemen. The Champions are going to wreck themselves on someone. And so let's just try and get these Elves unstuck. Yeah, we'll kill 11 right here. No problems, no problems. And then I don't want them to get one more spell. Ultra fast. I can't really help it, can I? Can't really help it, so I might as well do whatever damage I can do. Magic arrow, and then they run. Okay. But that was a fight that I would have lost without the Titans, actually. So, happy to have that kind of happen. And then let's just sit in here, and we'll pick up the Chain Lightning. We don't, again, have the Expert Wisdom, so it's no sense for us to upgrade this Mage Guild one more level. So we're going to wait. 16 Cyclops. We're starting to look like a little bit of a ragtag army, but just picking up the toughest troops where we can. That feels okay. Next, we're heading over here. We're going to go through this town, and now I'm starting to think about how do we hold all this terrain. We've got view heroes. Let's just view heroes real quick. 1, 2, 3. No heroes in this whole bottom right side of the map. None. No heroes here. 1, 2. Okay, so from here on, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heroes I see on the map. Mostly red. 2 green, and then 1, 2, 3 green. 1, 2, 3, 4 red. And we'll see pretty soon if a new hero pops out of the darkness over there. They might, I don't know. But we're going to have to wait and see. There's 6 Phoenixes. It's going to be time to load up and move tomorrow, but for now, we don't have any gold. So we're not going to worry about it. And let's continue to make them chase us into the darkness. I don't know how, I think they're going to be able to catch me, no problem, because I'm so slow, but we're going to make them run all the same. And then Ivan is trying to use he's trying to recoup his spell points. Yeah, red and green had to go way far out of their way. Way far out of their way. I should have been keeping track of the enemy's movements right there, just so I could make sure that I was keeping track of all the enemy heroes. 1, 2, 3. There's 3 heroes right here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's a lot of heroes running around. Let's not be dissuaded from our primary goal, though. And it's not these resource generating mines or anything like that. It's picking up towns and holding on to them. So let's continue to do that. We now have enough to purchase Phoenixes and the Greater Druids. Not enough else otherwise. Let's wait one more turn then. Save Marini. Jarkonas stays until he's got a couple more Titans under his belt. Maybe I stop purchasing anything but 6 level creatures. The Titans are so expensive, Phoenixes are expensive. Maybe I just stop purchasing troops except for level 6 creatures. That actually sounds like a better solution, a better alternative to what I have been doing. I'm going to keep picking up attack skill and stuff. It'll take me an extra turn to get here, but it's attack skill. It's going to add up. Okay, but otherwise, if that's the case, I've got the Phoenixes. I don't trust myself against all these enemies. I'll wait until we get a little bit closer to send Sarakin out this way. In a previous scenario, someone mentioned, they're like, yeah, I've been playing whack-a-mole. And that's kind of how it feels like when there's all these different enemy heroes. Yeah, whack-a-mole is the perfect way to describe trying to keep them from taking the things that you've already conquered and, you know, maintaining a secure area. If you're able to secure that area, then great, life's good. If you're not, then you're feeling pretty silly and you're wishing that things were just better for you. But alas, what can you do? Berserk here, Grand Elves there. Skip here. Okay. And even though there's these rangers, we're still going to focus on these other troops right now. I'm so confident that we have this scenario stitched up that it wouldn't hurt my feelings to use Dimension Door just to like end it quicker. I know that we have this beat, but now it's just navigating this in the best possible way. And that has its value. And for that reason, I'm not going to ignore our prime directive. I think that has actually made these scenarios a lot better, by the way. I think it's made these scenarios a lot better to avoid using Dimension Door and Town Portal. Is it the end all be all? No. People can always effectively use those spells without ruining their playthroughs, but I don't think I can. I think that I abuse it so much that it's a good exercise for me to not use the Dimension Doors and the Town Portals. And it's really helped me, I think, to not roll the dice and just hope I get lucky, if that makes sense. It's kind of forced me to do better, to be better. And I don't know, maybe I'm making too much of it, but it's been very, very helpful to just work through the maps at the pace that they should be played at if there's no Dimension Door and things like that. These battles here, maybe the biggest problem is just the attrition on these elves. My elves are still my power stack. The titans will eventually overwhelm as well, but right now the elves are doing a tremendous amount of damage. How we continue from here is going to be a little interesting, knowing that this stack of elves is going to continue to deplete. Okay, 1 hero, 2 heroes, 3 heroes, 4 heroes, 5, I've lost track, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's a bunch of heroes is my takeaway from all that. Okay. Thankfully, though, we are rolling through these towns now on our way to the city of Alomar, which we will have before the beginning of a new week. I'm wondering if eventually their enemy heroes are going to start kind of pushing into Jarkonas, and if they do, once I get 6 or more titans, I should be able to overwhelm them, I would think. Resurrect True, great spell, and that's actually going to help me feel very confident pressing out with Jarkonas, because with this extra 12 spell power, he is not going to be bothered. He can overcome any of the losses from any of these troops I'm seeing out here. In fact, at the beginning of next week, and once I'm able to pick up all my titans, I think I am going to send him out. I'm going to feel pretty good about that decision too. We've talked about not purchasing these low-level troops because they just cost gold and they don't actually help us. And we're going to just end up throwing those troops away, right? So there's no point in getting them, right? I'm saying that because I'm trying to convince myself, even though every fiber in my being wants to get those troops, even though I know I'm going to lose. I know I'm going to lose. It's probably worth it, though. Let's see. It's probably worth it just to buy... Hold on. 5. 5 of these orc chiefs, and so that way you use the captain's quarters and you just use the town's defenses. It's probably the lowest investment I can make at this point, but I'm going to do it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Red does something. I don't know what red's doing, but we are going to pick up these 6 titans and we're going to push out from here. That's good. That's good. Dwarves have to stay. We for sure want the rock. We're out of gold. Okay, dwarves stay. Shh, dwarves are terrible. Get them out of here. All right, we have no other choice. Keep the dwarves. That's pretty much how this is going. Do they have anything worthwhile in this town? No. If they had gotten dragons, this would have been a force to be reckoned with. It's not. And so we're going to ignore it and corral all of our enemies to the north. And roll through everything that they have. Okay, now it makes sense to trade some of these resources here just to get 3 more phoenixes. And then head on out. But yeah, I think that everybody can just kind of feel in their bones that this scenario has been won. And what did we win this scenario off of? Number 1, we realized before it was too late that Jarkonas was a win condition. It was almost too late, though. Let's be real about that. And absolutely picking up somewhere in the range of 300 to 400 elves and grand elves. Yeah, that was a pretty big deal. That was a pretty big deal. Getting the ultimate artifact, if for no other reason than that was like morale. Like, I feel better. I feel stronger. I feel more capable because we actually did that. Then that feels pretty good. Otherwise, you know, it's not over, but I don't see anybody here being able to defeat me. And thankfully, they're all staying in these paths where I should be able to overcome anything that they can throw at me. They're not expanding. They're not doing a good job of splitting their troops and just saying scatter so he can't kill us all. It looks like I'm going to be able to kill them all here and there occasionally. I'm going to continue to lose some of these elves just because that's just kind of the way it goes. There's that berserker again. That could have been really bad, actually. I really needed that anti-magic is what I needed there. As long as I have phoenixes and nobody else gets phoenixes, then I should have the advantage. This would be an amazing time, by the way, for an old friend of ours, Sandro, to be hired by the enemy with 2 phoenixes, and then all of a sudden they can mash me for speed. That would be incredible. And so disheartening. But that would be incredible. 1, 2, 3, 4 heroes. Yeah, 4 heroes. And again, I think we could beat this fight with 6 titans. We've got Resurrect True, and I don't want to lose these troops, so I'm not going to. Curse is kind of like a eh. Does Jarkonas have archery? No. Nobody has archery here. I think that the mass slow is actually probably my best bet. Maybe I just get the Crusaders. No, mass slow is absolutely the right decision. Absolutely, because then they go from, the champions go from a 7-speed creature down to a 4-speed. And nothing else really matters than staying on top of our damage there. Might as well attack them while they're here. 1 attack, 2 defense. I've got more attack, I got more defense. These war trolls, though. I gotta deal with these champions now. I'll deal with the war trolls in a second. Yep, we'll take some losses. Okay, happy for that decision we made. Let's think next. We gotta start considering saving. Well, not saving, but we know we have the Resurrect True that we need to contend with at some point. We could bless our Titans at some point to get rid of that curse. Let's start focusing all of our firepower onto these war trolls. Do we bless now? No, because they're just going to curse them again. Maybe that's a good use, though. Is there any other spell that we would prefer to cast and then next time we do it? How about the Berserk? Yeah, let's do that. Let's just Berserk. No, because their champions are going to go next, and then if they have a Dispel, they're going to use that Dispel. Okay, alright, you convinced me. Let's just do the Bless. Then we do max damage there. I'm expecting another curse to come out. There it is. And then next time I think we're actually going to cast... Probably going to cast a Berserk here on these Crusaders. All this damage we can get done here is going to be tremendous. Tremendous. And they are their fastest troop, so now we Berserk. We continue to focus on these trolls. I think that the elves should be able to finish them off. And then do full damage where we can. Sweet. 1 and 2. Oh, you got good morale! You are kidding me. That was insane. So, in case you missed what happened there, the Crusaders were absolutely taken care of. They were taken care of. But then they just had to get the good morale. So, the Berserk wore off because it lasts for exactly 1 turn. They did their damage, they did their double strike, and then they got the good morale. They were hasted, that got rid of the slow, and then they were able to just kind of push into me. It's a rough fight all around, but fun to see that interesting interaction, and it helps you know that there's always a reason to continue to fight. There's always a time to just work on the enemy and just work on them. Just fight them down to the very last man. I am going to continue to cast my Resurrect Truths. I'm going to save the dwarves because why not? I'm probably going to need to cast one more Resurrect True on these Archmagi, but I really do want to make sure that I don't lose. Okay. One more Resurrect True is for sure going down right here, actually, and then we'll see. I don't care about the dwarves, but if I can save the Archmagi, that's what I want to do. Okay, there's that. I'm not going to kill 25, so don't even worry about it. They're not going to kill 200 points of damage right there again. We've already got the retaliation. Again, we've already said who cares about the dwarves? Not me, not me. And then one more Resurrect True. Ogre Lords have already gone. And we just pile on the damage and win with no losses. Resurrect True is a tremendous spell, especially when you're resurrecting 1,000 hit points of creatures at a time. It's a lot. Okay. And then let's just stay overnight to make sure we have plenty of spell points for the next day. And we will start to work our way down south. Traian cannot backdoor us. If she does, then we look very, very foolish. Let's see, we already have Wildebar, right? Yeah, we do, but Ambrose is threatening our backline. If we can get the Expert Wisdom, is it going to be worth it for us to go get that Resurrect True? It'll help save a lot of Grand Elves. I'm not sure. Not sure. Berserk is probably going to be useful here. Yeah, we're going to end up berserking their war trolls. Yep, that's what we're going to do. And then the Grand Elves and the Titans are going to just unleash damage on these bone dragons. Let's have our Phoenixes actually attack these Ogre Lords. And that way we encumber these Power Liches, but then we didn't have to worry about anything else there. So again, Berserker here. That'll help take care of these vampires and mitigate the damage that would go on to us from the war trolls. And then let's just destroy these bone dragons. They just don't have a chance. They're anti-magicked, but that was their best chance, and that's not where the damage is. I've got too much attack skill. They don't have nearly enough defense skill. This is one of those times where the argument of might versus magic, I understand when people say magic will always win in the long run. I understand that argument. And I can't stop thinking about the Price of Loyalty campaign finale. Because when there's like 1,500 bone dragons, and I know, it's a terrible example. It's a terrible example because how often are you going to run across 1,500 bone dragons or more? And yet, I bring it up because at that point, magic is absolutely useless. Even if you have so many spell points, 25 plus spell points against like the undead, all your mitigating damage spells don't work. Your blinds, your paralyzes, your berserks, they don't work on the undead. Okay, so that's out. And then they're doing so much damage that you can't simply resurrect true all the damage that they can do. All right, so that's out. So then what can you do? Well, ideally, and what I've seen people do after I fought that fight, is they would have one phoenix here, and then every single time that the bone dragons kill the phoenix, then you would overwhelm them. You would just resurrect true the phoenixes, and then that just prevented losses, and you could fight unencumbered. Okay, sure, fine, but eventually your titans are going to run out of their 24 shots, right? And the enemy is still able to cast their spells against you, right? I don't know. I'm struggling a little bit now to get my thoughts out in a reasonable manner. But yes, magic is great. But there's a point where it just doesn't matter, where you have to have the numbers to back it up. Absolutely, you have to have the numbers to back it up. I think, we're going to stay there overnight, and then we're going to head back down. I don't think that there's an enemy hero in here. Maybe there is. There's one enemy hero here. And then everybody is south of this line. One hero here, which Jarkonas is going to take out soon. I don't think that she's going to be doing much there. Next town probably is this barbarian town. Oh, and there's one enemy hero in the swamp. Let's go get Rialdo. What did I tell Rialdo? I told him not to show his silly little face around here again. And what does he do? Not wise. Not wise. Okay. And so we continue. And unless he's got expert pathfinding and expert logistics, we're going to catch him pretty quickly. There's one hero on Cracked Earth, and there's two heroes coming up to try and take Westmore from me. Before I forget, oh, it's day 6. Oh no. It's day 6. I can defend that town with all the troops I currently have in here. I'm going to purchase this town out. And hopefully that's enough to defend it. I'll even pick up Atlas so that he can assist in the defense. Getting rid of the orcs and the barbarian troops just so that way we don't have to deal with less morale than is ideal. And then, Sarikhan's basically done. There's not much else for him to do. We will catch Rialdo in just 1 second. And let's see if the enemies turn around or not. I don't know what to expect from them here. Oops, I forgot to defend that town. I was so focused on my wizarding town, I just forgot. I'll accept those losses, even with the other opportunities here. There's Sandro. What did you do with my phoenixes? There they are. Oh, darn. Okay. I'm going to continue just to accept these losses because I don't feel threatened at this point. Where this blue tent goes to, I don't really know. Do I really care? No, not really. I'm going to take out Castor and then I'm going to go to this town here. Atlas is going to continue to stay, and he's going to pick up some more Titans. And then he's also going to go south. Even if I lose all the Titans that he has, it's not going to hurt my feelings too bad. because the Titans at this point are just extra Titans. There's more Titans in more important places. His Titans are just the bonus Titans. So let's just head down. It should be enough to defeat these armies. And at this point, even if we lose Westmore, I'll be okay. There's a Sphinx here for some reason. We will send one hero down to go get that Sphinx. Astra. I'm always interested because the way that the Sphinx works is that the map creator will put in a riddle that they generate. And so I'm always just interested to see what the map designers had in mind when they were making some nice fun things. Oh man, the Arm of the Martyr is back. I thought we got rid of that thing. We're gonna buy one more hero just to make sure that we get rid of that thing. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. Let me press up. Rialdo is back. Well, he's hard to kill, I'll give him that. Ergon might as well cross this plane a little bit. Maybe Ivan will circle back. We'll see. And then Atlas. Do we defeat Sandro? I think we do. Oh, I did not mean to fight that fight. It's pretty late. I know this video is getting long, and I'm actually trying to hurry this fight up. I'm trying to finish this game up a little bit just because I feel like the game is won, and I don't think that there's any more important choices really to make here. But I'm starting to really struggle. I'm not going to make this a two-parter. We're going to complete this today, darn it. And I'm also not going to go take a nap and then come back and do this like I did for Price of Loyalty 7. It was a good decision at the time, but it was a good decision because we had several hours left to go. I do not think we have several hours left to go. When my extra hero is defeating their strongest hero, you know that things are going pretty well. Okay, this Sphinx though. The Sphinx is strangely quiet because they have already gotten it. And there's nothing I can do. Ergon is just exploring here. Jarkonas is going to start coming down, and he'll pick up this town. Unless the enemy comes right to me. Oh, there's a town in there. I think I forgot about that. In fact, I know I forgot about that. Let's just move everybody where I can. Jarkonas is so close over here, he might as well just clear out these towns here in the bottom right. Hold on. View towns, we still got one here, one here, one here, one here to deal with, and one there. So there's 4 enemy towns and 2 strong heroes. Everybody else is kind of meh. There's that other town to consider. 1 hero on the map, 2 heroes on the map. And this might be the end of green. There's Agar again. That's not the end of green. Resurrect True again. Does Ivan have expert wisdom? No, he does not. Still, he does not. Oh, there's the barbarian town there we should get, actually. There's Rebecca. Astra is just drawing attention and exploring. Atlas cannot beat Rialdo, but we can pretend like he should worry about us. And that'll give Jarkonas time to catch up. Yeah, they just keep hiring heroes out of the swamp there. Which I support their dream in ultimately overcoming and winning, but they've got to see the writing on the wall. Green player's been vanquished, so we've cleared out that whole corner. I think the green had this kind of corner. We're going to just make sure there's nothing else back here that we need to be aware of or worried about. This Dragon City sure could have played into our game plan here. It really could have. Ultimately did not, but that's not because it was bad. It was a good potential opportunity. It just didn't matter. We had a bigger possible way of winning, which was just stacking those druid or those elves. And once we started to stack those elves, the enemy really had nothing else they could really do to us. Okay, I know that there's Rialdo to the north of us, but there's more heroes popping out of these towns here. Let's work on them first, and then we'll figure out how to finally put a lid on Rialdo. And actually, that does the best thing for me, because this army with Jarkonas is going to overwhelm him. He has no chance. And so in just 1 second, we're going to have only 2 towns remaining that we need to destroy. There's that. We'll take the ballistics because why not? There's 1, there's 2. And then into the swamps we go, and then we did see one more hero. There's Troyan again. I think it's right here. It's right here. Okay. And what Troyan does is of little consequence, because we are going to chase her down. And folks, this is going to be the end of the Descendants campaign. Troyan is their last hope. She is routed. She is running. She has no chance. And Jarkonas is able to sit in the town of Sherman, his recently conquered foe. And the kingdom of Herondale has no more sway over the future of our people. The descendants of Jarkonas, the forefather of all, are going to prosper. And it ends with this fight here, with Troyan the sorceress, with this meager ragtag group of halflings, wolves, and ogre lords. She puts up as good of a fight as she possibly can. It is of no use, though. We will see her chain lightning, and we'll add another chain lightning out of spite. But we end the campaign not with a bang, but with their whimper. And so red player has been vanquished, and that's it. The enemy is beaten, our side has triumphed, and I'm excited to see the post credits for this. I might have said it before, I might not have, but I read somewhere that the Descendants campaign, this campaign that we just completed, is in fact the only Price of Loyalty campaign that is canon. That the other ones, yeah, they're good campaigns, but that they're not necessarily canon. I don't know how true that is. That's just something I read on the internet, and if you believe everything you read on the internet, I got some beachfront property in Idaho that I want to sell to you. Otherwise, let's see what the exit kind of thing says, and let's just enjoy this together. Let me turn up the sound so everyone can hear very, very well. Watch your eardrums just to make sure that I didn't overtune it.
Arendale's kingdom has fallen under our control. Their rulers have all fled to distant lands or been slain. And I am headed back to my castle to live out my final years in peace.
Okay. And isn't that the goal that everybody has? Live out the final days in peace. All right. I'm going to turn the sound back down a little bit more. So this whole campaign, I think, was actually played on the engine 1.0.11. I don't think we had a patch all of January. If there was one, I sure didn't see it. But again, FHeroes2 continues to be a great project. It's continuing to evolve. There's always more coming out with it. And it's really fun to read, on the Discord, and to see the changes that are made and the thought process that goes behind some of those purposeful choices, those purposeful decisions. And I think that the decisions are coming through in a good way. I think that the FHeroes2 team is doing a great job of maintaining the spirit of Heroes of Might and Magic 2, while also bringing it into a place where, I mean, number one, I'm having so much fun. Number two, I'm just playing through this thing and just doing great. How much longer would this scenario have taken if I had to fight every single battle? Think about that. We saved at least an hour and a half. At least 1.5 hours of game time was saved because we have the auto resolve feature. That was not a thing with Heroes 2. I think that you had auto combat, sure, but you didn't have the choice whether to fight the fights or not. And you can't risk it. I mean, you can't risk just having auto combat on all time. So there's a lot of good stuff. That's one of the many changes. The AI is the other change. There's a lot of things I love about FHeroes 2. And I'm excited for the next patch. I've been told that they're cooking up something really exciting in the lab. I don't know how much I can say. Apparently, the AI is getting stronger and better all the time. I know I can say that. Okay, so that's going to be the end of this. I'm going to hit click here, and it's going to take us to our final screen here. I don't think that my score is terrific. I think it's passable, though. Congratulations. It took us 405 days on hard difficulty. That gives us a score of 303. That is the rating of a Titan. So, folks, thanks for being here. Thank you so much again for all the support. I appreciate all people who are interested in Heroes. I don't know why I'm talking. There's no way you're still here, right? Right? Like, there's no way you're still here right now. It's like a 5-hour video. What are you doing? What am I doing? Well, my name is FixFox, and I am out.